And hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 3 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I have to tell you, there is so much to have a discussion about. So much to have a discussion about. So much. I hope you're all doing well. Sorry for the late start. We had a bunch of logistics to take care of that will surprise you and make you happy. Ooh, I guess what? This Rocket, what do you mean by your apartment? Because that's true. Your apartment might be a problem. Also, we're in the wrong boxes. So Greg, you should go here.
Yeah, that just occurred to me.
Did it just occur to you? I'm very excited
Literally
about
just
that.
now.
Did it?
Literally just now.
Did
So sad.
it?
All of my
Oh.
beautiful things.
Well, there are things. There are things. So,
Not anymore, there aren't.
don't rush it. Like there's possibilities. There's possibilities. So hi everyone. We're here for episode 3, which is our first episode when the whole gang gets together after a lot of their travails, and it will be a little bit different than you might imagine because there's a lot that's been happening. But first, I want to talk about how you can support us, which will lead into how you can support us in a way that might give you some indications that there's some bad things that are happening. I'm sorry, I think I just choked there a little bit. It's a little bit of a...
You're not even hinting at it anymore, Trooper.
Are you sure? I don't know. I feel like...
You're blatant.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're not even making an attempt
Yeah.
to be any kind of nice about it.
I don't...
All the spoonfuls of all the sugar, all gone now.
Oh, God.
Just get
Yeah.
the straight
You're
medicine.
just chemical X.
Oh, well, I feel like I'm high fructose corn syrup. I don't know. You can support us. The best way you can support us is by being here live, watching us, hanging out with us, and watching our show, because this whole cast does such a good job of so much hard work, and I adore them. So watching us helps. If you're watching us live, thank you for watching us live. If you're watching us in Memorex, by that I mean YouTube. Also, I see you YouTubers. Thank you for being such wonderful YouTubers. Also, you can, if you like, retweet our live tweet or tell your Discords, tell your friends that we are here and they may need your help for no reason. And that would be great. You can also follow our cast and they're going to introduce themselves. We have a Patreon, which we use to pay the cast, and you can do that if you like. That's great if you do. Also, you can give tips or bits, and I will read out the tips and bits messages at the halftime and at the end. Also, we have channel points, which here in the Academic Foxhole we call extra credits. And normally, you can give, 2,000 to go and give support from London. And I went in last night and changed that so you could only give 1, but apparently it didn't take, irritatingly, and all 4 have gone through today when they weren't. Only 1 was supposed to go through. However, all 4 are here now, so they're going to get them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
But they're not going to get them next week.
Oh.
Yeah, because here's the thing. London, the SOE, has been undermined, and their resources have been curtailed because, the Free French government has been complaining about some of the things that were said, some of the actions of the SOE, and they complained to the Foreign Office, which complained to Churchill, and there's a lot of politics, and there was some humiliation of the Free French, which has caused funding problems for London, for the SOE, and they do not have as much funding at the moment. And so you're going to get all 4 of those fate points, but until the SOE can be redeemed a bit, some of those political problems be worked through, there will be limited support. So, I'm going to give them all 4 at the moment, but please note, they're not going to be getting more for a bit. I feel like next week you just not get any support from London. London's in a bit of a state. But, you'll Oh, I need to come over here. But you will get, maybe the time after. That said, despite the inability to get some fate points from London because they're in political trouble for reasons that had to do with things, there is another thing that you can give channel points for. A new community goal. We have a new community goal, which I'm very excited to reveal to you today. With our community goal, I'm excited. The players don't know about it yet, and when they hear about it, they will be less excited. So they currently have 5 group fate points. 1 from Schmelza, thank you. 1 from BP Phantom, thank you. 1 from Woolen TW, thank you. And 1 from Origami Shuriken, thank you. That is much appreciated. But they're not going to be getting some support from London for a little bit, and until the SOE can work through its political fiasco. But we have a new community goal, which is called Habitat for Humanity and Resistance, and it is a 150,000 point goal. We have 30 days. Each person can contribute 2,000 points per stream, and we stream once a week, but I also stream between 1 and 2 other times a week on my channel, Thursdays and Saturdays, Thursdays with Dot. So whenever I am streaming, you can donate 2,000 points. And you might ask, what is this Habitat for Humanity and Resistance challenge about? What is this 30-day challenge? Well, you'll find out soon.
We're here now.
What
We're
is that?
Here now.
What is that?
Yeah, you'll find out in about, 30, 40 minutes probably. Let's just say,
No, I did not make enough coffee for this.
they're gonna need some support, and I can tell you more specifically what that support is in about 20, 30 minutes.
I'm just glad I grabbed alcohol.
Oh yeah, that's
All right.
But let's introduce the cast who I will be torturing all session with only the most love possible. Let's start in the middle. Let's start in the middle with Stiver, because Stiver was not prepared, and so that makes him the best one. Stiver,
Hi.
who are you and who are you playing? Oh, and I have a question. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I have a question that you have to answer. This is because I always have a question.
Okay, well, let me go through this, and then you can dramatically ask the
you.
question. Since you're withholding all the information today,
It'll come real soon.
that's just what you're doing. Anyways, my name is James Stiver. Hello, and I hope you're wonderful. I am playing Tango, aka Johnny Silverstein.
Hmm?
He is he's an SOE trained American who's been dropped into war-riddled Paris, and he's kind of like this. He's kind of like an art dealer of sorts, a dealer of just the criminal black market.
Mm-hmm.
But he's trying to be the best guy he could possibly be while being just real bad. But he's trying to make the best decisions, and he's made some real bad decisions, though. Anyways, you'll figure it out when we start playing. Just that, the harder he tries to be a good friend, man, the harder he fails sometimes. All right, I'm done.
Let me ask you
go.
your question,
Oh, right.
because
The
everyone has to
question.
ask a question for no particular reason.
Go for it. I'm ready.
Your character, Tango, let's say that when he was away somewhere, as an example, but a hypothetical, and he lost everything, his home, his place of business, everything that he had, any place
I know
that
the
he
incident
went.
in which you were talking about.
No,
Yeah, go
just
for
like
it.
this is a theoretical. What would he have on him? I suppose the question I'm asking is, does our Tango have a emergency hiding spot? And if so, what would be in it?
Oh. Tango probably takes after me a little bit too much in the sense that he is always suspicious, even if things are super going well, always suspicious. So even the height of things going perfectly, that's when he really stocks up on when shit's going to hit the fan. So he always has a go bag or something of that nature. And if he can help it, if he has the funds, he'll probably have some super cheap, super out of the way, crappy, dingy little apartment somewhere that he keeps a stash of stuff in every city. I don't know if it's going to be the same in Paris because he didn't have enough time to acquire such a thing. But, and in that, there's going to be essentially enough money to get him to the next location and probably a couple of and probably a couple of different currencies. He loves Mexico. He loves Europe. And I would say there's probably one more, I don't know, Africa or somewhere like that, where he always has a little bit of money to go in a couple of different directions. And I would say that if you were to even if you were to take everything away from him, he will always have with him I think a pocket watch too. There's a very specific picture in his pocket watch, and it's I'm not going to tell you unless you want to bring it up in game.
All right. But this pocket watch is not one he carries with him. It's one he has in his secret stash.
Yeah, because if he has it with him, it may get taken or something. So one of his most treasured items is this pocket watch. It was a fairly recent thing that he acquired, but recent enough that that he just, puts it in a box, locks it. And then every time he comes, he goes over to his stash, he will take it out and kind of look at it and peer at it.
Interesting. Well then, since we're sticking in the middle and we did Stiver, why don't we do Little Red Dot? Who are you? Who are you playing? And I'm just wondering if, hypothetically, everything were taken away from Regina in a flash, does she have a go bag hidden somewhere, or does she have, what might she have hidden in a place, in a non-standard place? What would be in it?
Okay. I'm Dot. I'm really excited to be back. Y'all, since we started this, our little Kolos family has grown. We have, new people to play at the table with us, which I think is,
I'm so excited.
I think is something to celebrate.
Yes.
Boom.
And none of them are dead yet. None of them are dead.
And none of them are dead yet. Congratulations, everybody. Also something to celebrate. Yeah, I'm a person that plays games, and for this game, I play Regina, an SOE trained agent, officially now, commanding officer for our cell now,
which will be news. Very exciting.
Will be news, for everybody. I won't. You know what? I won't spoil that news because that'll be meta information. I'm gonna keep that. Something else new for her, but that's her secret to keep. And Regina carries everything that is important to her with her. When she went to London, she took her camera, her father's journal, her sniper rifle, and the rest of it is kind of all secondary, right? The pen, she wears it, so she carries most of what she needs always on her. But I would say, yes, Regina has a go bag. Let's be real. She actually has a go bag, but I would say, oh, you'll find this interesting. Okay, it's actually not here. So we Trooper and I retconned something, and this is the perfect time for me to explain that.
It wasn't exactly retcon; it was more like a
clarification.
A clarification.
Yeah, we've clarified. We're going to clarify. Perfect time to clarify. So, the wedding dress that Sylvie found was technically the wedding dress she was supposed to wear, but didn't. We'll just say that. And it was not given to her by anybody that loved her. we'll just
That's
put it
fair,
that way.
that's
I think
fair.
that's
That's fair.
pretty if anybody loved her.
It's old and
But
fancy though.
that, I promise, has something to do with her go bag. I actually looked up the town where this is located the other day. Regina, on her way out, the wedding dress she did wear did belong to her mother. And she put it in a go bag that she basically packed to flee France and has buried it. Germany, I'm sorry, from Germany to France. She's
With
buried
Jules.
it with Jules. Before they crossed into France, she buried it on the border under a tree, 10 feet down. You got to flee a city. You don't go back for stuff. You get the hell out of Dodge and then get your stuff on the way out. So for Regina, she has a very specific go bag. It has her mother's wedding dress in it. It's completely hidden. What little bit of money and maybe a few personal items she may have had that belonged to her mother or her family. More than likely her actual passport, like her real papers. And that's about it. And so it's buried 10 feet down under a tree on the border of Germany and France.
Let's go to our dearest Rockette. Dearest Rockette, who are you? Who are you playing? And if hypothetically something happened where Sylvie lost everything, does she have a go bag somewhere? Does she have a hidden spot? And if so, what would be in that? I mean, I'm just asking because I feel like some of y'all are runners. As a matter of fact, I think each one of you has run at various points in time.
Don't choose the floorboards. We can't have the same go bag in the same area.
Well, I thought we shared everything.
Hence we're actually married.
So hello everybody. I'm Rockette Fox, and I'm here, there, everywhere, hiding in the darkest spaces of your soul. So I am playing Sylvie, a jazz singer who is not hiding from people right now because they may or may not think she was blown up into tiny pieces. But
That's pretty accurate, actually.
The point to all that is, though, so I think that she, because of the way that she and Charlie came to France, I think she would have, like, she would have settled into her apartment. Like, she would have settled there. She would have nested with all of the most gaudy, ridiculous stuff you could imagine. But I think she would have had a go bag just because she had a "we need to leave right now in the middle of the night" happen at a pretty formative time. And I think the go bag would be with Charlie. And in there, what, like Charlie had mentioned before, some of her mother's jewelry. I think some of that would be in there. I think that a lot of stuff from her old life would be in there, because I don't think she'd really want it in her apartment.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's what her deal would be.
You know, all these PCs are runners. I love it. And last but not least, Grimjack Greg, who I'm mad at because he broke into my computer using spy techniques and scoped out something and just mentioned it casually about it probably happening today. And I was like, how'd you break into my computer, Greg? Greg, who are you? Who you're playing? And tell me about if our Oscar has a go bag. If, for example, everything was taken away from him hypothetically, does he have anything stored anywhere? What's he got? What's he got?
Hi everybody. I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. I will be playing Gestapo agent Oscar Mueller. And a go bag, he has nothing that he keeps. But as per standard operating procedure for somebody that's been a deep cover operative for the past 10 years, and I haven't been using it, when he picked up Mel's body on the way to the Hannah's parents' farm with Jeanette, he stashed his Jacques Grimm paperwork,
Mm-hmm.
one of the machine guns that he took but did not return with to Paris, and not like half or even a third of the money that Tristan gave him,
Mm-hmm.
but he took money down there to give to the parents, and he also took about half of what he took down there to stash. So it's up in the rafters of their presumably barn if they have one.
Mm-hmm. 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 Excellent. In which case, I'll just say I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM of this excitement, and we're gonna hop right into it. We're going to raise the curtain, bring up the lights, and it is, well, let's see, if I remember correctly, it would be November the 4th, which is the full moon. Let me check. Am I right? It is. So there's a full moon on November 4th. And November 4th is when, because of the full moon, is when Regina and Tango and Luke and Falstaff would all return from London. November the 4th, 1941. And because there are 4 of them, they cannot take one of the smaller planes. They have to take a slightly larger one and airdrop in, parachute in. And they have some parachute locations. And I imagine that because there was a bit of a logistics issue, that they would have to make their way back into Paris. We don't know what information has been given or not. We will find out in our flashbacks. But we will pick up, I would say, perhaps late, probably the early morning, November the 5th, most likely, in the bunker. So I think it's probably 5 or 6 in the morning. Everybody is there at the moment. Sort of our crew of 4 have made it in from out. And I would sort of think that, if you remember when you sort of come into where the bunker is, it's out in the far east of the city, in the 12th arrondissement, in this big warehouse area right by the wharf. It's where there are all this, like, traditionally all these breweries, and it's very warehousey. So like really late at night or early in the morning, there's really nobody around because it's not really a particularly commercial space. And this apartment is actually an old brewery that had been turned into this sort of bohemian apartment. And you would have all made your way down there late at night. And we find ourselves November the 5th, I'd say probably the morning of, although according to Fox and also myself, it still counts as the 4th if you haven't gone to sleep yet. It's not the next day until you go to sleep and wake up. But it's one of those sort of all-night spaces where...
Accurate.
Yeah, accurate, right? Where all of you have convened in the bunker first. And when I say all of you, I mean all 4 of the people who had airdropped in. That would be Falstaff, Luke, Regina, and Tango. In the bunker is Sylvie and Oscar and Hannah. So you have, 6 people there in the bunker at the moment.
7.
7.
Because Luke, too.
Yes.
Because Luke as well, yeah.
Yes. And I think, because of some choices that Fox made, Charlie would also be there rather than other places, bad places. And so she would also be there. So there are 8 of you all in this bunker early in the morning on the 5th of November, and it is quiet. You're in the basement, right, of this brewery. And you're all sitting there, and Falstaff is with you as well, because everybody sort of came in together for a little bit of a debrief, because a lot has happened since September, the last 2 months. And Falstaff sort of stands up, and he looks at you all, everyone there in the room, stern face with the scar. And he says, as you all know, things are difficult at this moment, clearly, but I shan't stay too long here, and I'll leave as soon as I'm able to. But, for obvious reasons, I would not be able to drop off a note at Bricktops. So since we're all flying in, I thought it would be convenient if I make this announcement directly. The result of the inquiry into the actions of Tango have been announced back home, and as form of punishment, he cannot be demoted as he's not in the military, but Tango is no longer the commander of this cell. The commander of this cell is the now promoted, I will leave it to your new commander to introduce herself. And Falstaff steps back and out of the way to give you space.
Regina, like, looks at him like, really? Really? You had to go make a big deal out of it? Like, what? Regina smiles. I think you all know who I am.
No, say something about yourself that's unique that no one else would know, and we'll all go around the room. No? That's how you break the ice when you have, don't worry about it. Go on, Commander.
Do you say that to Regina, or are you saying that to Falstaff?
Oh, I'm saying that to Regina.
Oh, Regina.
Yeah.
She rolls her eyes again. It just, like, it kind of sits funny with her still. It's just weird. Well, we're all staying here for now. You won't use the front entrance and exit anymore. You'll have to go through the sewers. You'll bathe regularly to assure we do not smell. And if you are at all caught, they can't track us back to the sewers. We're up at 0800 hours together. We eat together. We train together. Questions?
And before any questions are asked, right in this moment, as your new commanding officer, which is a question because as far as there's some questions about what that might mean for those who were not in London, as she was not in the military as far as you all knew. I want to sort of fade back to a moment. I want to go back to September the 1st, so 2 months ago. And I want to go back to a moment in time before all of this happened, before we got to where we are right now, when it was clear that Tango had to go to London and Regina was going with him. And Tango and Sylvie are going to say goodbye to each other for 2 months, perhaps, at least, maybe. Where do you find yourself when you say goodbye to each other?
Maybe. Sorry, go for it.
Oh, I was going to say probably on top of the bar or at the apartment. I feel like that's the only places that they ever really are these days.
Mm-hmm.
I would say at the apartment, and maybe what's going on is still we're packing like bags, getting ready to go, that sort of thing. I mean, I think at the time I was in super bad shape, so maybe Sylvie's helping
injured.
me. Like, but I'm probably a big baby, and still like just observing her putting my clothes into a bag.
Well, I imagine if he's lying there being a baby, she's probably going to be like kind of mama birding around, being like, well, clearly you're going to need some of these. And, I don't know if this many extra underwear are going to be enough. So I'm going to pack you some extra ones just in case.
There's only so much room. It can't be 70% underwear. Okay. Sylvie, like it can't be.
Well,
Like,
what if you run out?
I will just get new underwear. I'm sure they have SOE underwear. I'm sure it has like the logo on it and everything right in the butt cheeks. Okay.
That
I'm
sounds
sure it's
awful.
fine. Yeah.
I'm
Well,
I'm never going to want to look at that. That sounds
yeah.
ridiculous, and I don't want to hear about it.
SOE underwear is probably really efficient though.
Hmm.
Probably wicks away all the sweat.
Well, unless a gun pops out of it, I'm really uninterested. I'm going to pack a couple more just in case.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to make the joke right now because I'm just not. Hey, I'm going to miss you, by the way.
At this point, she's probably not facing him, and she finishes. She doesn't say anything for a minute, and she finishes packing the stuff. Then she turns around. Well, you know, Falstaff is a big goon, but he did promise you're coming back, right?
I promised I'm coming back. Falstaff has not made no promise. But I always find a way. So I'll be back.
You better. I mean, this apartment, the bar is not going to be the same without you.
Well, it's home. So that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going to come back. So don't worry about it. I don't know. That's what couples do, right? They say you miss each other and mean it. I feel like we haven't spent any time apart, and this will be the first time we spent some time apart in a while. So
I swear, if you make me miss you for longer than absolutely necessary, so help me, I'm going to find you and I'm going to cut you. I'm going to cut you.
Okay. All right. Look, I get it. You're gonna cut me.
And in fact, I'll go into labor early, and I will teach our child to cut you too.
That is really dark and weird, and I don't think you should do that. But I would be very impressed if you could train a child that early to cut someone, especially me.
These are trying times.
Okay. Well, so I don't get stabbed, I'll come back.
Well, I'm the only one who gets to stab you.
Yeah, I know.
The only one.
We made that pact.
You have to promise me that no one else will stab you ever.
Okay.
Ever. No one else will ever stab you.
All right, Sylvie, you're the only one who could stab me. All right. If someone else tries to stab me, I'll say no. That's the stabbing point for Sylvie.
Okay.
I'll avoid every knife fight I could possibly get into.
That's right, and don't forget it.
I won't.
You
No, I'm terrified. I promise, because I'm terrified. Okay. Rightfully so, because you really will stab me, and you would train our child to stab me, and probably someone else's child to stab me. I don't know. There'll just be a stabbing herd of children just trying to stab me, and I just don't like it. Okay.
Well,
so I'll come back.
The longer you stay away, the more children I'll train to stab you.
We should be fighting a war, not the tango stabbings. Okay. And he's gonna get up and he's gonna limp over to where she's like putting stuff on.
She's gonna come over, like she's immediately gonna come over and like make him sit back down again.
No. Before she could do that,
everywhere.
He's gonna wrap his arms around her and he's gonna give her a weak but passionate kiss.
He's gonna kiss him back and then like kind of push him back down so he's not standing up. And then afterwards, she's gonna start messing with his dressings, his wound dressings.
Sylvia, do you mind putting on some jazz or something, some background noise?
Yes, only if you promise not to get back up. I only remember so much about how to redress these. You know how my mind is.
You know I can't sit still for any longer than I have to. But maybe put on some, you remember the first night I came over and we danced? Can you put that song on?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
She's gonna go over to the record player and put it on.
And I imagine it's St. Louis blues that wafts through the Victrola speakers. in that nice apartment in Paris. Somewhere else, probably in the bunker, probably somewhat late at night, there are two other people who have a heartfelt, emotional expression of love to give to each other before one of them goes off to London. And of course, I mean Oscar and Regina. So,
I imagine it starts with a thwap as Regina like slams an envelope full of documents or something against your chest.
and this,
Here.
I imagine, would probably be in the bunker since Oscar sleeps there.
Yeah. Like here.
What is these?
The copies of photos of Falk's files.
Are you sure?
No, but I went through and pulled out anything that I thought was too much. I'm pretty sure that Falco was working with German intelligence to source out cells to help with their possible assassination of the Fuhrer. We were in a different set of files. Those are not included. But the rest is here. I told you a long time ago that if we were going to work together, we would have to, I guess, trust each other. So far, you've not given me any reason not to. So, do with them with whatever you like. It could really help us, though, to be able to tell German intelligence that SS has these files.
This could be arranged.
At least satiate Colette for a while on some intelligence and maybe put them down a false path, but they at least won't think we killed him.
It's not fishing to catch a fish. This is fishing to draw in the school.
Maybe.
Just bits here and there.
Like I said, there's a lot there, and I trust you'll do with it what needs to be done.
Danke. Is there anything that you need from me?
What do I need? You recently got a list of names of cells? What did we get? I don't think I did. Was I planning to take anything back to London?
The Gestapo files?
Yeah, those are the ones, right? With with everything. Okay. I mean, one file is good as another.
You and Tristan's files.
Brigida kind of looks at him like, I mean,
They are the ravings of a madman.
what do you mean?
Tristan is... He is not cautious, he is paranoid. He sees shadows in the daylight. He sees the moon as an enemy.
So you think his files are compromised?
I think his files are up for interpretation.
Well, it won't be my job to interpret them, but I'm sure that London would mighty appreciate it. I could deliver them directly.
If we just let them know that, would you like us to take a break while we,
Okay. He looks like he's ready to go. All right.
Yeah,
One
we are.
moment.
Oh, perfect. So you tell me.
As I would just say, providing them with the files would be, require a bit of explanation. Because if this is further removed from the courier, they will begin to believe this, and it will look poorly on Bricktops that this compromised information was given. They need to know that there's not a lot of trust in the validity of most of this.
Yeah. Regina kind of nods with understanding. I'll make sure that they are clear on that matter. I have a feeling they're going to... I don't know what the military does. Prosecute Tango. With great prejudice, no doubt.
Whose side will you be a witness for?
Probably both, considering the fact my gut tells me they're going to ask me to join the SOE.
Is this something you wish to do?
I've always wanted to wear a uniform. They let women wear uniforms.
This is where you and I differ.
Maybe. But I don't know. We'll see what they have to say. The fact of the matter is they have provided support. And for whatever reason, they are trying very hard. I want to see what they're all about. Could benefit us in the long run.
I would like to share something with you since I will be staying here. If the field goes sideways, I will take Sylvie and we will disappear.
Good. There's a drop. Falstaff and I use it. The library. Hardbound leather copy.
May I share something else with you?
Yes.
I do not trust Falstaff.
I don't trust him either. But he is our direct link to the things that we need.
I am not trying to be obstinate, but if the field goes sideways without support, I will take Sylvie and we will disappear.
I understand. But I imagine that that's going to be hard to do without Tango at her side.
Yeah.
Falstaff is difficult. But I believe that he actually wants to win this war. So, that being said, when we get back, be here. If you're not, let me know about it in a hardbound copy of William Shakespeare's complete works in the library.
As you like it.
What do you want when it's all done?
The war?
Yeah. Are you going back to Germany?
We've had this conversation before in a van when we were waiting for Luke.
It was a stressful evening.
I will not see the ends of this war.
Like I told you that night, me either. But between two hard-ass Germans. If you survive, would you go back to Germany?
I will give you this if, when this war is over, I would be content in knowing that the child of Tango and Sylvie is safe. Whether that is in person or in spirit, something that I could put hope in.
Well, that's at least a different answer than last time.
Is it?
Yeah. Because there wasn't a baby last time. You're hard on the outside and soft on the inside, Oscar.
Don't tell anyone.
I won't, because I'd give myself up. I'll see you when we return from London. I know you don't trust Falstaff, but he may be our only line of communication for the next few months. So try to play nice.
I am always nice. In fact, I think I am the only one that has been nice to him consistently.
As true as that statement is. I mean, help Sylvie find a way to be nice, maybe, while we're gone.
You are asking me to change, Sylvie? This is our bigger plans than winning the war.
I'm asking you to use your massive body to block any incoming sass that she throws his way.
I would rather stand before a hail of bullets than the sass.
Be careful what you wish for, Oscar.
Yeah.
Like, pat him on the shoulder.
No one's body is big enough to block that sass.
You gotta try, though. True. Yeah, and she just kind of pats him on the shoulder and she says, I'll see you when we return. Ooh, welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome
Thank you
in,
for
Raiders.
that raid.
Welcome in. Come and pull up a seat. We're having
Just in time for the scene to, yeah. And you'll kind of see Regina walk off and she yells, just kind of yells over her shoulder. Remember, the bunker is always open.
Yeah. He would yell back as he looks around at the empty barrels.
And I imagine Hannah has sort of fixed up some food so that you all will eat before running around somewhere, because that would be terrible. But just made sure, like, and she probably didn't, like, call attention to it, but made sure there was some food on one of these, one of the makeshift tables that you all have down there. But in that moment, let's sort of float away. But before we do, I need to ask you all, you all get one action to represent what you have been doing in September. And that could include, investigating those files of hustles, whatever y'all are doing in September. We talked about it, but so many things have happened. I'd like to know what each one of you does in September, in the month of September. All of you individually, and then also Bricktops and your working women.
Okay. So what we each individually have been working on. Okay.
Now, you're in training in September.
That's true. I was about to say, I know what I'm working on.
Checking my audio.
I can hear you.
We got you, James.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted.
You are now.
By the way, everybody, my puppy just had a fit and just tore all through my cables, and it was intense. So I'm trying to get everything back.
Well,
in
you
order.
look great and you sound great.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Thank you.
Gun show.
Gun show.
Yeah, we're gonna start with you, Tango. You are in September. You're mostly recovering in the hospital.
Yeah,
but
that's what I did.
But did you set anything in motion for September before you left?
I am making, I guess they still have those big giant telephones, right? That you can like take up and you have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I am still making calls. Now I have to do the,
please note, all phone calls are monitored by the Nazis.
Yeah.
Just noting it.
So, but I am making calls and in only the language of thieves.
Mm-hmm.
I am essentially, oh my God, I keep forgetting my frenemy's name, but
Zygmunt. Ziggy.
So me and Ziggy are talking a lot more these days. We're setting up plans. And these plans are really trying to like, okay. And to any casual observer, we are just card buddies, like people who play poker, but also like want to keep up with the news. Now they're all monitored by the Germans, sure. So we're keeping that up, but it's just like two friends who would just be talking about useless things. But they would be things like, so did you, so sorry I can't make it. Who got the winning pot? You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. And the things I'm really trying to set in motion here is that when I get back, that me and Zygmunt are trying to figure out the foothold that we have. So what kind of goods can we get into? And not only goods, but like who are the major players now? Because when the dust settles and I get back, what are the things that we're gonna have to really be involved with? Like who are our major enemies? Who are our major allies? Who can we align ourselves with? Because honestly, this whole being a crime lord thing, like, there's a lot of planning involved. So, so we're doing that, and I'm also asking him to keep an eye on rooftops and the general goings ons. So keeping his ear to the street. But I'm like, have you been to rooftops lately? What's the music being like? You know, that kind of stuff.
I assume this sounds to me like a discover action. Do you want to gather info using your? I suppose it sounds like using criminal resources, probably.
Oh, criminal resources. Well, I have that.
Contact or invest. Like which skill would you like to?
I would like to use resources criminal, mainly because that's better than my contacts. So I'll use that.
Ooh, that's nice.
Superb.
You needed a 3, so that's you made it. So you can ask me one question about your investigations into the crime world.
Okay.
With a flavor being resource oriented. You know.
Okay.
By the way, your passive difficulties for this season are going to generally be a 3, unless it's easier or more difficult. Okay.
So I would say, what is the prime resource that we could be getting into in today's German occupied Paris? And with that being, what can me and Ziggy actually get our hands on that we could actually start moving and trading and start making a ton of money doing? And I would say relatively safe for criminals.
So you want to know what is the best resource? This is an interesting question because, Ziggy is going to spend a whole month researching this, looking into it. Zygmunt, generally speaking, will trade it in anything that will get him money. He doesn't care where he gets it, especially if it's free or cheap or seized. But what he learns is that there's a little bit of trickiness going on. And it depends on who you want to deal with. But the Nazis need money because there's a lot of embargoes going on and they're being blocked. So they need money. So gold works really well if you want to work with them because they are sort of short of cash. So they're always looking to sort of, and it turns out that the German government is working with black marketeers quite a lot. Some of those black marketeers are connected to were criminals connected to the French Gestapo, who are mostly just criminals. And you've got a couple of names of some people who are black marketeers who are going to be your rivals. So you've got basically heroin, a lot of heroin coming out of the French Connection, which is just being established, which are, from what you can tell, are a bunch of criminals out of Marseille who are also aligned with the French Gestapo. So they're dealing with heroin for money, gold, jewelry, money. Also, guns. There are a lot of people who need guns. And if you can get guns, you can sell them to a bunch of groups for a lot of money. So there's also a lot of money in brothels, because at this point in time, now that's a little bit tricky because the German occupying force kind of has taken over a lot of them, but there are a number of brothels still run by organized crime, and they're used by all of these German soldiers coming in and out. So there's a lot of money in brothels. There's money, and you might be able to get in on some of that. There's money in heroin, but that's going to be very tricky because that's sort of tied up with some very dangerous Corsican gangsters.
So the only
Gold.
options now are really gold, guns, and cash.
Gold,
Right? Which is a
guns.
movie I really want to be a part of that I feel like Tango would star in.
Yes.
Gold, guns, and cash.
Well, the thing is, it's gold, guns, brothels, drugs, food. Food is like small. Like there's a lot of money in food, but it's not as big and flashy, and it's a bit trickier. Also, of course, depending on what kind of ethics you have, people need paperwork to get out of the country, and you could sell that for a lot of money. If you wanted to charge people to leave, that would get you a lot of money. So there's a lot of ways in which you can get. I mean, you have not historically wanted to deal with drugs, but
I won't.
But drugs will make you a lot of money. Uppers, morphine, heroin, also sex work will make you a lot of money.
And I think I'm going to keep, because I imagine Ziggy's going to be pushing heroin and sex workers and stuff like that. Because it's also easy. Yeah. It's easy money, right?
And also he can just steal a bunch of
bold
stuff.
And it's easy money. But I'm gonna pin everything on. I'm just gonna go with guns. Guns as much as I can, and then I guess any because they need like French cash while they're in France, right? Or what's the currency they're really looking for?
Here's the problem: French cash has been devalued very, very artificially by the German government, so that German soldiers.
Right. So you just need the German.
No, they want gold, money. Right? They want they want good, and also gas is worth a lot as well. Because at this point, there's a huge blockade going on, and the Germans are cash poor.
I get it. So here's a fun scheme. The scheme would be, because he's in inventory, that he steals the gold out of the inventory so that we can give it right back to them, that they count it, and they want to put it back in the inventory, that he just keeps taking out. So they keep thinking, like, this is actually going to fuck up their books so bad and so hard. But because he's part of the books, like, he can skim the gold, right? And it was just like, they just basically keep going in the debt because they keep like trying to buy stuff, or we keep giving them back gold for guns, right? So we'll say that maybe we're trading for guns or something like that. And so we're just going to keep giving them the gold that they keep putting in inventory, that we keep taking out of inventory and then putting back in. Now you'll have to. It's going to be. There's going to have to be some people. There's going to be some people down the road that you have to keep paying off, because eventually you're going to have to say, "Oh, they're going to kill this much gold."
Right? Is what's going to happen, because
but not if we can get Sigmund out of it by the end of it.
Just note it, right? That he'll be. Yeah. This is like your information gathering.
If he's not into. I mean, Sigmund's his own dude who can tell me if this is a good or bad idea. But I think the scheme is good enough right now that the payoff is, and I just be like, you've done this before.
He would make a counteroffer.
You need to disappear.
Yeah, he would make a counteroffer that would. We'll have to sort of think about in October. But right now, you know who the black marketeers are for the German military, because they've got some, and you know what kind of things they need.
Okay. Yeah. So, and at the end of the day, like I said, the lasting impression there is, hey, Ziggy, what if we take the gold they're putting in inventory and give them back the gold to give us back stuff, and they keep thinking they're gold. Anyways, he's going to tell me this is bad, I'm sure.
He'll give you a counteroffer.
And it's a bad idea.
But that's your September.
Yeah.
Greg, what is Oscar doing in September?
Greg is currently listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire because you mentioned September. And so, of course, like a Pavlovian dog, he just queued that up. No, what Oscar's going to be doing is he's going to be using his contacts with Tristan to try to find out the current troop movements and agent movements in the city of Paris, and if possible, the surrounding areas. His approach to this is, I need to know where everyone is so I can suggest to you redirects to get you closer to potential cells or flush people out. He wants to, if he can suggest to Tristan subtle changes in certain patterns of patrols or even substations or things of that nature, that he might be able to, at the very least, flush out some of these hidden cells that he's hearing rumors and whispers about.
So you want to do, what are you wanting? Are you wanting to sort of get an advantage on finding out more about the resistance?
Yeah, if it possible, yeah, I'd like to be able to create some. Not he doesn't want to learn anything about the resistance. He wants to know troop movements. He wants to know, and I mean, considering he could walk in to the area and Tristan, wouldn't think anything of him asking for troop movements. He wants to know.
Would, because you don't need to know troop movements because you're out there to get the resistance.
Exactly, and what he's going to say to that is the information of the troop movements. If he can suggest to Tristan, on the 3rd of October, instead of them going this way, send them, I've heard rumors that potentially in this area there might be problems, switch things up a bit. And again, maybe even, leave somebody's cheese in the wind that he actually does hear a rumor about, the communists or something like that. And, just to give him enough to, no one's going to get hurt. There's no ambushes involved here. He's not trying to get troops killed. He's just trying to get a good idea of how many troops are in the pattern and in the city at any given hour of the day. And if he can have that, he knows where to go and where not to go if he needs to get somewhere at 1 a.m.
So now one of the tricky things is that Tristan is Gestapo and he's not in charge of the entire military occupying force. So he can give you some things, but he can't give you a lot. But I suppose this would be, I suppose you're wanting to sort of create an advantage on sort of getting a sense of troop movements, perhaps?
Yeah, and like clean travel routes.
Yeah, marching orders.
Yeah. And he can't give you a lot of that, so that'll be a little bit difficult because he's not in charge of that. That's the military and he's the police, and they're not talking so much. But
right, yeah. but the military is way more visible.
Yes,
they would be way more concentrated and way more easier to evade, whereas Gestapo tend to be sneakier.
Yes. This'll be, give me well, I suppose you're wanting to create an advantage, and this is probably going to be deception, to sort of convince him to give you this info. And he doesn't really see why you need his undercover cop's location, so that's going to be a difficulty of 4.
Superb.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to spend 1 of my fate points because undercover details don't make a lot of sense to him. Putting him at 1 up. What would you like to do?
If Tristan seems hesitant to give it, he won't ask it anymore. I'll just say, well, just remember that in the future when something slips past and I say, it would have been nice, we can look back on this moment and I can smile and you can't.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, well, the undercover units are not, the individual are not large. You don't need to know where they are. It's not necessary, but, and then he will go back to like, when am I going to find out about who killed Falke? And like, this is sort of a similar, right, refrain. Like, well, who killed Falke? And I need to know. And what have you found out? And like, Bricktop doesn't seem useful. And what are you still doing there? Like, it's a kind of like a refrain that goes over and over about who killed Falke, who killed, like, what I need information, I need to know. And what about Colette? Like, it's this sort of idée fixe, right? This sort of obsession with this.
And and while Oscar's alone with Tristan, he would, provided he has access in September, I believe he does, to Falke's files, he would begin giving little bits of kind of garbled information, indicating that, these are people that he believes were working with Falke, that could potentially have turned on him. and this is how he's getting closer. He's heard about this person, and he believes that this is a very solid lead. They're very quiet, but he's starting to hear whispers from many different corners, which means someone's talking in the organization.
Now,
and so
before you give this, I want you to remember that these are Falke's private files that nobody has any access to at all. No one, not even Colette. The only person that knew what was in those files was Falke himself. So just before you give it, just so you know.
Right, but what he's saying is he would only give a portion of information. If the fact was this person is so and so with 8 or 9 different traits and characteristics and elements of their person, he would give 2 of them and maybe a third or fourth that's inaccurate.
Do you give names?
He wouldn't give a name yet. He would say that this is why he's trying to narrow this down, but he's hearing this particular person, who'll pick one at random, that is potentially involved, and he believes that if he can get close, but he's hearing it throughout Paris, and that's why he's very encouraged, because that means somebody's talking. He's hearing it from different corners, and so that's why he's getting closer. That's why Bricktops is good. It's a watering hole where people whisper.
But you don't have a name yet, because he wants to know, well, who is this person? He wants all the details you can have about whoever it is that's working in this conspiracy.
Well, this is something that I would be able to, probably direct and find out a lot quicker if I had some cooperation.
Well, you are doing this alone so that you cannot be compromised.
And that is why I meet with you to say, if we could subtly move your agents around, it doesn't compromise me, and we learn something faster.
Why don't you give me names?
Why don't you give me help?
Because that help may be compromised. You are being isolated so that no one can know who you are.
That's why I'm coming to you. I am not approaching these agents and your agents and saying, hey, walk this way. Go over here.
Don't worry. The agents are not at Bricktops. I've pulled them all away from that place, so you can do whatever you need there without being observed.
And that in and of itself is a tell. Tristan, I told you.
No. This has been taken care of for quite some time before you even arrived. It is understood that they are a cell of the military intelligence, and so for politeness, interagency cooperation, we will not stand in their operation. And so, you have free reign without us, and as you say, they are not also military intelligence, so there should be no one there on our side at all.
It's tricky, Tristan. You have brought me into a hornet's nest, since you have helped to stir up.
Well, but this is your job.
It is.
This is why Berlin sent you.
I have gotten farther than anyone else.
Yes. So, you say that Bricktops is useful? Then I will continue keeping away from them for now. But get me those names. These are conspirators who are trying to kill Hitler. And I need names.
He would reach over, presumably if they're sitting down or at a table or leaning against the bar or whatever, he would reach over and put his hand on Tristan's shoulder. As soon as I learn, I will tell you. And Paris holds no love for me.
I don't know how you're getting this club is closed down for renovations. It seems inconvenient.
There are still people that come in to work. It's still people to visit, people at the shops. Everyone's talking. Now they are just starting. This is good. And he'd squeeze his shoulder. This is good, Tristan. This is the beginning. This is progress.
You must move faster.
If I move any faster, you'll never hear from me again.
Be careful, but we have to know. We have to find out before they strike. We need hard evidence to take to my superiors.
May I tell you something, Tristan?
Of course.
You must be very careful.
I know. There are
fish bigger than you.
There are betrayers everywhere. But we will keep the Fior safe.
If only it is just the two of us.
I'm afraid it is. At least for now.
He would lean forward, almost like someone's listening, but that can't possibly be. He would lean forward and he would, in his best, you've effed up your line on the stage, whisper.
Yep.
That's more lip movement than actual air passing between the lips. He would say into Tristan's ear, I have spoken to no one else but you.
This is good, because we cannot trust anyone. And even I don't know what everyone is.
And then he would say, Tristan, if I fall at the post office, I have a box there. Everything that I have found, up until I try to refresh it every 2 to 3 days. If you do not hear from me, if I fall, go there. It will be all that I know to that point.
All right. But you cannot fall. We must defend the Reich. And you can tell he's not feeling good about this at all. At all. Like, not you, but the situation. Rocket, what are you doing for September?
That all depends. Is this when is this in relation to our trip?
Bits before you leave. What do you do?
Good.
What do you do in that month? What is your month action?
So at that point, she would still be doing a lot with the bar, getting everything ready, but also at that point, I think she would be convening with her contacts outside of the bar as well, both her contacts and the working women, when she's not working on getting the rooftop going, getting everything,
together,
the power back on for one.
Yeah.
Walls painted, etc. But I think she would be kind of reinforcing her contacts with the business people around, because as they've been real busy doing a lot of missions, she hasn't been able to make her face as seen. So going around to her business people and being like, hey, you know me. We're close, we're tight. I brought you a little something, but then also getting in touch with her cleaning lady and being like, yo, tell me what's been going on.
That sounds like you want to create an advantage where you've got some buddies in the business community.
Yes, she's trying to create a buddy advantage.
Roll your contacts.
Right. If I can find it. Oh, wait, here we go.
3. Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
Major is a very interesting word I hear you using.
Or you could spend fate points.
I'm thinking maybe I would do that instead.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, because I'm always here for you.
I don't know that I want to use a major cost. We're so early on. I think I will use a fate point though, because I feel like I'm gonna need those contacts for no real reason.
All right.
Here, no reason at all.
Sure. And then I will say that you have an advantage, which is basically that you have friends in the business community. We will call it that.
And using the aspect that she is a connector of humanity, and in this case, the business humanity, as well as the cleaning people are business too, but people who are in the business but also being overlooked here and there, just people around that she would have been in contact with before.
Business allies. And Regina, what are you doing in September? What have you put in motion to have going on for that month?
Okay, did we already establish that Regina was putting some security measures in place for the bunker on her way out? If not, then that would probably be it. That includes like security for Hannah to like do her thing, right? So like new means to get into the bunker and travel and that kind of stuff.
That would be tradecraft.
Also, I think we had talked about Hannah working out of the some of the underground,
which is connected to the bunker.
which is connected to this.
Yep.
Ooh.
That would be tradecraft.
I was about to say, so yeah, no,
All that security?
I was about to say she would have had Luke do it.
Luke,
Regina's not going to do it if she's incapable of doing
Luke
it.
does not have those skills yet because
Tango does, but he's not there, right?
Right, yeah. And this is your action. What do you want to do?
Well, then it won't be that.
Yeah.
Because there's absolutely no way I'll succeed that role. So, I have another question.
Mm-hmm.
Does anything happen? Okay, no, this is me being tricky,
Mhm.
but I want to put this out there.
I'm here for it.
Set up prior to our one
Going.
person one shots.
Yep.
That we did. We set up some new things for Bricktops, right? Like we put some new things on our character sheet, including
Mm-hmm.
a new major goal.
Mm-hmm. Making it a place of whispers in class.
Question: What happens if we say succeed at that major goal? Because we technically did.
Not yet.
The currently, if that's right. No, but I'm just saying this is more for me. When we get back and the things have gone down, I just want to know that we may not have succeeded the way we planned, but that major goal was succeeded.
Then you get to have a new major goal.
I just want to say, when we succeed at a major goal, I feel like we get things, right?
No, you get to have a new major goal. Also,
but we don't get anything in return, anything story-wise. I guess it's not story then.
You did not succeed in that major goal. You'll find out when we get there. It's going to be succeeded.
Okay, so
but,
what you're saying is my cheeky attempt to turn that on its head is not going to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
It will become.
Where your brain is at though for that. I love where your mind is at.
Yeah,
Because technically, that place is now
it is. Well,
a place of class and whispers.
So many
we're
whispers.
just not
So
a
many
part of
whispers.
it.
That is correct.
We're
That is
just
correct.
not a part of it.
that is correct.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, they
All
are
right.
careless whispers.
What would Regina do?
She can set things up,
Yeah, but not if I got to use tradecraft.
Well, not for security burgling. That's very tradecrafty.
Yeah, she would not.
You can gather some info. You can set up some advantages for yourself for later.
That all seems very a little meta now, knowing what we know.
Well, but not knowing what you know, like what would you do before you leave?
I don't see. Here's the thing. What don't we understand about lay low? Regina lays low for a month. Like we have been under some serious eyeballs, and she's actually illegally here. She's not supposed to be here. And we've had a lot of attention drawn to us. Regina does nothing.
How about that? Sounds to me like you're trying to create an aspect that you've laid low, which I feel like would be stealth.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, that's not a better role.
It's up to you. I mean, you could roll it and see what happens.
Yeah, but I don't want to have to take the consequence for a role I don't want to make. Because that's what basically is going to happen.
If you fail, you either fail or, I
don't want to take the consequence for failing on a role I don't want to make.
But there's no consequence unless you decide to take it's your choice. You don't. You just either you don't create the advantage, or you do with a major consequence. But you can just not take it. You could be like, nah.
Or I could just not roll that.
That's fair.
I will.
Because it's always your choice if you want the major consequence.
Is there something else that could be
That's
rolled? Maybe trying to use the laying low time to gather an awareness of what's going on by keeping eyes peeled.
Yeah, or use your academics to try to work out stuff. Study.
Well, see, that for me, that's okay. So my question is, how much of in my opinion, strategy of our bunker is not tradecraft.
It's not academics. Setting up like blinds.
Finding the maps of the mines and the catacombs, knowing the ins and outs of these bunkers, as well as the information on the sewers, to me is personally as academics. I'm not setting up any booby traps or things. I'm trying to strategically know what is our best way in and out of the building for anybody that is there.
But that's tradecraft first. That's for spying. If you would want to know things like, right, because you're looking for like the best ways for spies in a spy way to get in and out of places, which is different from.
No, I'm historically looking at catacombs and buildings to know our ways in and out.
I will give you an intel, but it won't give you security, because security.
What about awareness?
Yeah, I mean, I will give, if you want to do academics, what I'll do is I'll give you like a history of it, and I will give you it won't increase your security at all. It'll just give you knowledge about the area, like when were they there?
Like if we're under major attack or we have to flee the bunker, I want to know. I want to memorize the labyrinth that is our way out. So it's less about like keeping other people out and more about knowing how to get us out.
It will give I will give you a lay of the land, but it will not help you with your security or keeping people from seeing you.
Perfect. That's fine. That's okay. Yeah, I would rather set up an advantage for getting us out later.
Yeah, and like, yeah, you'll have to do just like a lot of searching on that one. It would those places will not necessarily be secure, but you'll know routes, like escape routes.
Like escape routes, yeah. I just want like a laundry list of escape routes that I could. Okay, so can I roll academics for like going to the library and finding all of the paperwork? Okay, that's what Regina does. Okay, that makes me feel kind of better. Hey, great.
Okay.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
So you have maps of the area. This does not mean you know the most secure routes, or
sure.
But you have a really good sort of sense you're not going to get lost in there easily, because you have the maps. You have the maps.
I have them. Can we take them?
Do you want to take them to London?
No, I just want to take them back to the bunker.
Do you want to? Taking them back, no, because that would be a little bit of stealing.
Okay. Could I? This is gonna be bad. I was gonna say I guess try to redraw them or recreate them, because I basically could hand it over to somebody else to do the tradecraft piece of it. Regina just did the research.
Yeah.
For them. So okay, never mind. I guess we'll get back to that. But yeah, I would say then, can she make notes while she's there?
In London? Sure.
No, while she's studying.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Works at the library.
Of course, totally.
Like, if we could, I want to make copies, basically. I'd like to have our copies.
You're going to have to be a little bit careful, because people are always going to be watching you.
She uses her pen to take pictures.
Yes, that'll do it. Because if you spend too much time there, people are going to be suspicious.
Yeah, I just take quick photos over a series of like weeks of the sewers and the tunnels and the catacombs and the old mines that are on this side of the river, so that we know our ways in and out, or we can eventually really know our ways in and out. Cool. Yes, I like that.
And so I will ask, is there anything that Bricktops needs to do in September?
I think we need to put the working women at work while we're out.
But that's working women. If there's anything that Bricktops needs to do.
Well, I think what she means is working women working in Bricktops while we're out.
You're two separate factions, so you both have they can each do a thing.
Oh.
Because
that's the positive of having a sub faction.
Yeah. Because I guess the idea is underneath or I guess like behind the veil, like we have other people that can potentially work at Bricktops while we're there. I get you.
And the bad stuff hasn't happened yet, so
that is correct.
There's still a fact.
That is correct.
I think while we're out, it's mostly just gathering as much intel as freaking possible, and that's who's in charge of what's going on. Because when we get back, we're gonna need to know, because it's one thing to be in the mix and have your be mean on the scene or any of that stuff, but it's another thing when you go on like a 2-month-long hiatus and they come back and things change daily. I imagine to a degree that's hard to keep up.
So we just debrief them when they get back, I guess. But their top score is intelligence. That makes total sense.
What would you like them to investigate?
I'm thinking patrol routes. Or do you, or really, because they're, well, rooftops is there talking to the sergeants and the people in the army who are just cutting back and letting loose, right? So I would say, I mean, this is just throwing something out there for everybody to think about. Any missions that are coming down from high command, right? Like big time missions, I don't know, people being rounded up and taking certain places or something like that. I would say big, like if they're, I don't know, planning some kind of assault from Paris to somewhere else or something like that. Just something where maybe there's a
Like
bunch of supply.
dates. Like dates.
Yeah. Yeah, that.
I'll
I
tell
think
you what
that'd be
else
great.
what else would be helpful, just to back up what Tango already set up, would be to maybe know where they're keeping some more goods. Because you know, it's not just one warehouse. Like if we could find another warehouse, that would
Right,
be
because
really
I got a
good
man
for
on the
us.
inside in one warehouse, but if they have
Mhm.
another warehouse somewhere else, like that'd be
Yeah.
something that'd be amazing.
So yeah, if we can figure out what their operations, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
operations works well because that
Mhm.
bases well on what we've essentially been doing from the beginning:
Mhm.
goods and people. You
Um,
know,
roll intel.
Not it.
my
Who's
roll
up?
rate's not great, but
I was about to say roll it off of the working women sheet because they've got a +2 to intelligence.
Mm-hmm. And
I'll roll it. I'll roll it if nobody else wants to. You want
Do
to
it.
roll
Do it.
do it.
Okay.
It's a tie.
Wow.
wow,
Okay.
wow,
Wow.
Okay.
that's
I feel good about that.
This is going against the faction heavy industry, by the way,
Okay.
because that's where you're going to get all of those things.
Wow, we just rolled real bad.
Yeah, that's it. What do you want to do about that? Because right now you're tied.
Do we spend a group fate point and re-roll that, y'all? Because adding
I
two
think
is
we're
only
actually
gonna give us
well
a
into the
1.
session, well enough into the session that I would be okay with spending a group fate point. I say we do it because this is
Yeah.
setting up a lot that could
Mhm.
be that, like setting up the baseline
Yeah.
for what we're going to be doing going forward,
Mm-hmm.
So,
which sounds like a lot of manipulation of
Mm-hmm.
a lot of
so
manipulation.
do we add 2 and make it a 1, or do we re-roll?
You add 2, make it a
I
1,
mean,
then
I
you
think that's
succeed.
the biggest question.
Yeah, if we add 2, we automatically just succeed, right?
Mhm.
I'd rather just know we're going to succeed than try to re-roll and get something even worse.
All right, click it and get rid of it, James.
Get rid of it. You have an advantage, which is you have identified like storage spaces, right?
Mhm.
Like you have a sense of their inventory, right?
Okay.
So you know where they're keeping various things, and like a sense of like what their inventory is like, what kind of guards they have, that sort of
Because
thing.
now if we steal
Maybe we
their
can find those guns.
Yeah,
Mhm.
now because I think the whole point is to acquire guns for ourselves and our people, and B, take guns away from them. Because I'd love to do in the future is honestly, I would love to just set fire to the whole fucking facility
Just saying.
and watch it explode.
I'll get some more art out of there too if there's any of that.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though? Like,
And does Bricktops want to take an action? Because that was the working limit
Okay.
for September. Do you have anything that you have them dealing with?
taking the scent off of us, like lulling them into a false sense of security. You know what I mean?
We during this time the club is closed,
Mhm.
so maybe like lowering our threat to them, like feeling like maybe less of a threat, or like maybe we've like fallen off the grid, because technically the communists have really stepped forward in terms of the front of like a
Out of sight, out of
rebellious
mind.
group.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of
who's
sight, out of mind.
Anybody who's taken like a week off of Twitter
Yeah.
understands
Yeah.
this. Like, what am I'm not dead, everybody. It was just a week.
I feel like that's undermine.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
So are we gonna do it to like set up an advantage? I love that. Can we call it out of
Yep.
sight, out of mind?
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. I like it.
Who's doing it?
Not me. You just need to...
I mean, I'm fearless in the face of this, but I've already rolled. So let's
Here,
give
I
somebody
can do it,
else
I can
some.
do it. I
Ready?
can do it. Here, hang on. Let me open this up. I'll do it.
You do it.
Undermine. All right, here we go. Here we go. This will go. So I just opened you, and now you're gone. Okay, here we go.
Do it. Okay, that's
Okay.
a 0.
It's more than -1.
You need a 2, and you do not have a 2. At 2 to tie, would you like to spend fate points?
Team?
These would be group fate points.
Yeah, because I don't have any personal ones.
I think it's worth it again. Still,
Yeah,
You'd-
agreed.
like I think it's still worth
It's
it.
gone. It's too
Let's
late
just
to
do
turn
it.
back now.
You'll need,
Okay.
you'll need
All right.
2.
Turn back time. I'm
Say
sorry.
what?
If
You'll
I
need
put that in
2.
your head, I'm sorry.
Why?
Because if you spend 1, you tie, and you want to beat the number.
Oh,
Unless your working women have undermine. If they do, they can give you a bonus because they're your subback. Which they do.
Is there any way I
Which they do.
would be
They
willing?
do.
I would be willing. Oh,
You got it.
Never mind.
You
Never
got
Yeah,
it.
mind.
the work.
It's all right. It's done.
It's done.
Yeah, the working women help us out.
When you have a sub-faction, they can help you out like that. And just for free.
Yeah, take that, Paris.
What is the aspect that you're using?
Say. I mean, how about that major goal of what we're trying
Yes.
to do, which is turn it into
Yes.
a place, a class, and whispers, which means like now we're not a threat anymore. We're actually making it a place for all of you.
And perfect. And then let's go back to the bunker, back in November. And as you are all there in this moment, Tristan, Falstaff sort of looks at Regina and goes,
About to say.
pardon me, well, are you going to, well, I suppose I should be the one to announce this. Guildenstern has been promoted and has taken a commission in the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. She is now an assistant section officer, and congratulations should be in order. Congratulations on your commission, and you will be a good commander, and I'll be here to support you in any way. And I will say, and he looks directly at Tango, it is important in times like this that we follow our leadership. Insubordination and not listening causes people to die. And I expect all of you will support your new commander better than you supported your old one. Looking at Tango yet again. Any questions?
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of intense stuff going on in this room, and I'm just wondering if maybe you're hungry, and that's why you're being vaguely, aggressive, but not necessarily directly aggressive with me. I'm just wondering, because I was, by the way, I don't know if you know this, I was the old one, the old person in charge, and you were clearly talking about me just then. So I'm just wondering if maybe you need a sandwich, or maybe you need a nap or a vacation. I know you can't get one right now, but maybe someone can approve that for your PTO later.
He looks to Regina while this subordinate of yours is talking.
I'm gonna let Tango finish. I gotta let him finish.
And that's fine. I'm just gonna shut up now. I feel like this is the point where I should shut up.
Are you done?
Well, it just feels like he's hangry is all.
He and I are the reason why you made it back to London. I know you think he is, what is your American term, hangry?
What kind of a...
But I imagine that we actually don't have any food to spare.
Sure. By the way, can I just say something to everyone? If you don't mind, and I'll let you get back to
Falstaff
it.
looks to
and
Regina,
then-
of course, because when he asked that, he looks to Regina
Yeah.
for the response.
I'm going to look right at her. Can I just say one thing?
I haven't stopped you yet.
Well, all right. I want to look at both of them as they're kind of in the front, right? Kind of looking at everyone. It's like, I haven't officially been able to say this. Well, I could have officially said it in front of a bunch of officials, but I felt like that was way too official. But I wanted to say it here where it's official among friends and family. Thank you. Essentially, you saved a large portion of my life by bringing me back here into the thick of war. Wow, I say that out loud, and I realize it was probably a terrible decision. I look over to Sylvie, not a terrible decision. Anyways, I just want to say that without the kindness and let's be real, I don't know what else it is that moved both of you to be on my side, but I appreciate it. And I will step back and be the best fucking subordinate you've ever seen. And then he's just going to sit down.
And Falstaff steps close to you and puts his lips by your ear. He just leans over to you. He says very quietly, he says, at that inquiry, you put Guildenstern's life at risk because of your fat mouth. You have your loose lips compromising her or anyone in this cell one more time, then I will be back in my job to fix leaks, and you won't like that. She could have been put in prison because of your words, and I will not have it. And he just gets up, stands up, so that like nobody else heard what they said between them. Well, unfortunately, the analysis we have had, based on the records that Puck gave us, means we're going to have to dismantle the entire many cells in Paris are going to have to be dismantled, unfortunately, which is going to leave you being one of the only functioning cells in Paris for a while until we can rebuild. I have to go and, well, disperse everyone. I will leave. Thank you for that information. Sadly, the Gestapo had far too much information about our networks. Everyone has to go to ground. I will take my leave and leave this in your hands, Assistant Section Officer. And he goes out through the sewer.
As soon as he's gone, Regina sits down.
I'm sorry, my
Please.
puppy was barking a lot and I had to mute myself. Is there any way I could lead Falstaff out?
You could.
Okay.
He doesn't like you, but you can.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I know. But but I'll let other people have a scene or whatever, but I just let it be known. Like, I'd like to like go, hey, as we're all getting up, it's like, Falstaff, let me see you out, make sure you're safe to the sewers.
He looks to Regina.
Security is of utmost importance, especially under the new regime.
Does he have permission?
I don't have the energy to stop him.
Follow me. And he will walk with you out towards that moment. Now let's rewind one more time to October the 7th. It is late in the evening, October 7th, when Sylvie, Tango, Frida, and Friedrich have made a 20-hour drive from Berlin to Paris. And I assume that they have dropped these two people off somewhere safe, not Bricktops, because you're trying to keep people away from there. Where would you have dropped them?
We still have our safe house at this point.
In Bricktops.
No, Luke's mother is in the
Luke's mom. Yes.
I mean, Sylvie, especially with people having left Paris, Sylvie would have various different contacts who had left and had apartments.
Would that be your October action, is to get some safe houses?
I think so.
Roll me your
Yeah.
contacts.
Yeah,
We do have we have plenty of money.
that is correct.
Mhm.
That is correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, let me try that again. Let's see what happens.
Roll me some
here.
contacts for some safe houses that you set up for your friends. Let's just say, or no, that is a tie. Would you like to spend a fate point to make it more permanent? Because it's a tie at the moment.
Let's see.
This is awful, but I vote no.
Yeah, I kind of vote no as well.
Okay.
What are my options with a tie? I mean,
Well,
there's no major cost.
that means you can get them a place that's probably not going to last very long.
That'll be fine. Well, that's a problem for future
It's
us.
just like a couple days is what you got.
Yeah, we'll give them a temporary spot just to drop them off until we figure something else out.
Perfect. And then I assume you go over to Bricktops.
Yes.
Sure.
And that evening,
Yeah.
you head over to Bricktops, your home, the place that you have spent. I mean, Sylvie, you've spent years there, haven't you?
I don't know why you're building this up.
Well, I don't know either.
At least a decade. And this would be Sylvie and Oscar, yeah?
Yep, Sylvie and Oscar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not.
Sylvie and Oscar, there in October. You've dropped off your charges with the important information, with some records and all the. I mean, like you got so much done, and it's been about 24 hours since you left, and you make your way back to Bricktops, Sylvia, a place that was given to you by the amazing Bricktop, the jazz singer before you, where you've been there for a decade, like your place. And as you and Oscar make it there, you notice as you approach the street those sort of barricades that have been knocked over and pushed to the side that would stop traffic. And as you hit the club, you see it vandalized. There's paint everywhere on it. Somebody just threw buckets of paint onto your club with words scrawled off in French saying traitor, communists, jazz degenerates. And over the door, front and back, it's been boarded up, and there are signs declaring that this place has been seized by the German military government.
As soon as they get close enough to where they see this, I imagine the car would be going fair. I mean, cars aren't going super fast on Paris streets anyway. Trucks especially. Sylvie, as soon as she sees this, throws open the door and she jumps out and she runs over, and she's looking at it, and as soon as she sees the boarded up door, she's like trying to pull at the boards and trying to get into it.
Oscar slowly brings the truck to a stop and jumps out and moves over to her.
Oscar, help me get these boards off here. There's been some sort of a mistake.
This is no mistake.
Well, they have the club boarded up. You can see clearly. Someone's vandalized us.
We must go now.
We can't leave it like this. We spent 2 months
Sylvie.
living here. No, I'm not leaving it like this. I mean, look at this. They've painted all over the place. Help me get these boards up. And she's gonna reach down and get like something and start like trying to pry a board off.
It makes such a loud sound in the middle of the night.
He would lightly put his hand on her shoulder. You have lost 1 child this night. Do not lose 2.
I'm not leaving here. I'm not leaving here. No. This is a mistake. It's gone. No, they think that we're
It's
we're
gone.
everyone thinks that we're working for them. We can certainly clear this up. You know we can talk to someone. We can talk to
It is
Colette.
changed, Sylvie.
Can fix it. She can fix it. She's German. She works with them.
Sylvie! And he, for the first time ever, Oscar raises his voice. Sylvie! This is war. Bricktops has fallen. It is time for us to go.
Oscar, this is my
know.
life.
I know. But they did not take the song from you. Don't let them do that.
Where's everyone going to go? We don't have anywhere else to go. Where?
He puts his other hand on her other shoulder just to direct her gaze if he can. He's not trying to, if she moves away, he lets her go immediately, but
She won't. She's kind of just like, she's still like looking at the door. She's still kind of just like in space.
you must think of no one else. You must think of yourself, of your child. It is time for us to go.
She's gonna kind of lightly put her hand up and then just kind of drift away a little bit. No, you don't understand. All I can do is think about myself. This, we have no place anymore because of me. You know that it's my fault that this happened.
I know nothing of the kind.
No, they told me what to do. Gerbil was there. Everyone was there. It's that. And she turns back to him. Oscar, it's that fucking song. If I wouldn't have sang that song, they wouldn't have done this. They wouldn't have taken the bar from us.
He takes her in. If she'll, I know that she's, again, this is just him trying to comfort. It's the song.
We don't have a bar anymore because I couldn't keep my mouth shut.
This is of cold comfort. I understand, but do you know what it takes to anger the Reich? You angered them with words, with a song. You angered them to the point of action. You infuriated them so much that they couldn't live with the thought of Bricktops, a place where the song would live and breathe. But that is where they always fail. Those that do not create, those that have failed in their artistic endeavors, they don't understand. You can take a building and that's all it is. You still have the song that angered the Reich.
But Oscar, it's our home.
And he smiles. You and I, we have another home. It's a stage. There's always another stage. Now come, we must go.
She kind of just like shakes her head at it and just turns and like she can't look at it anymore.
And as you get in the truck and go probably to that temporary safe house that you had, that you got for your friends, but now you might be using, on your truck, you get the radio goes on, and you can hear that sort of the evening broadcast of the news. Good evening, madame. Good evening, mademoiselle. Good evening, monsieur. This is Radio Paris, and I am Philippe Henriot. I hope you've enjoyed listening to that selection of Chopin nocturnes, but now we must turn to the news. It is Wednesday, October 8th, 1941, and we have the week in review. On the night of Thursday to Friday evening in Paris between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., attacks took place against 7 synagogues. The Synagogue de la Rue Tonnelle, Synagogue de la Rue Montespan, Synagogue de la Rue Copernic, Synagogue de Notre-Dame de Lazaret, the Synagogue de Notre-Dame de Victoire, and a 6th located on a road in which we do not yet know the name, were all attacked. The damage is considerable, as just the walls remain. The bomb at the synagogue de la Rue Pavée near City Hall was removed in time. 2 people were injured. Prefect of Police Bussière arrived on the scene and is leading the investigation. The attacks took place the day after Yom Kippur. Since last July, this is the 3rd time that such attacks have taken place. The first was in Marseille in mid-July, the second in Vichy last August 9, and it is noted that this 3rd attack against these temples took place following Yom Kippur. The most famous of the synagogues damaged the other night by a band of organized terrorists is without contestation the Great Synagogue on the Rue de la Victoire, located between the Opera and the Chateau-d'An crossroads, just next to the Illustration Building. It was not only a temple dedicated to worship, it was the seat of the greater Parisian Jewish community under the authority of Chief Rabbi Julien Weil, who has been under arrest since July for refusing to cooperate with Nazi authorities in creating a Jewish council modeled after the one created in the Warsaw Ghetto. Built around the middle of the 19th century in the Roman Byzantine style by the architect Baltar, who also designed the National Library and the main halls, the Great Synagogue attracted a large number of followers. The perpetrators are still at large. In light of his failure to keep terrorism off the streets, it was announced today that Colonel Tristan Hassel, the head of the Paris Gestapo, will be reassigned to the Eastern Front. Representatives of the SS assure the public that law and order for the safety of French citizens remains its highest priority, and that the new head of the Gestapo will be named shortly. In other news, Friday morning in Paris, between 6 and 8 a.m., a vast police operation took place in the 14th arrondissement, including Montparnasse and Austerlitz stations. They were all searched, and 62 people were arrested who had been informed upon for being vandals or having switchblade knives, and they were arrested, and they are now considered hostages. Many of these are dangerous jazz lovers known as Zazoos. Finally, speaking of jazz, we have received reports all the way from Berlin, from the German military, that a local celebrity, an infamous degenerate American jazz musician, Sylvie Moreau, and her band were killed in an explosion in a mansion in Berlin Monday night. Reports have it that our band was given a chance to prove the Americans could be the friends of our German allies, but that she personally insulted Reichsminister of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels. This group revealed themselves to be terrorists when they set off a bomb in the estate trying to kill important Nazi officials. According to Colonel Otto Voigt, they were, however, killed by their own explosives. Voigt, who organized this event as a means to study the unhealthy effects of jazz, also reported that Miss Moreau was accompanied by her lover, an off-duty Gestapo officer named Oskar Müller, a known associate of the now former and suspiciously incompetent Colonel Tristan Hassel. In light of their deaths early this morning, a concentrated effort was made to take back this den of degeneration where Sylvie Moreau worked, known as Chez Bricktop. Before it was raided, members of the Union of the French National Youth took out their righteous anger on the building. Roads were blocked off by the municipality to ensure that no one could escape this raid. And in the early evening, the full force of the military occupying force seized the building and returned it to French hands. The new owner, Charlotte Dubois, has announced that she'll be reopening the spot as a place catering exclusively to the best personnel, most especially our German friends. Unfortunately, none of the employees of Chez Bricktop were present during this raid, as the club was closed for renovation. In light of the connection between Bricktops and terrorism, perhaps they were connected to our communist threat. They were probably communists themselves, as we all know that jazz and communism are inextricably linked. The German embassy, in collaboration with the military authority, has revoked all paperwork and seized all assets from anyone who was listed as working at Chez Bricktop. The French police would be interested in speaking with anyone with the following employees of that establishment, and would appreciate if they would come forward to answer some questions. And if you are a general member of the public and you see any of these people, please let the French police or the Gestapo know where they are. We would be interested in speaking to Charlene Williams, a Black American woman and bartender, an American man and manager of this club who goes by the name of Jean-Claude Tango, a French woman named Regina Berger, who was their waitress, who we believe was from Alsace-Lorraine, and the following current or former band members of the Bricktops. And then a list of names of everyone who ever worked at the club just starts going and going as we go to break.
Wow. Sorry, I just had to break the silence with that. What?
Oh,
Okay.
We had some donations. I would like to thank Coldrake, one of our historians, who donated $25 with the message, bypassing London to deliver our support to our #1 crew. Thank you, Coldrake. That happens in October, and we're gonna go back to November and see how everyone is doing in light of all of that business. Thank you, especially for the raid. Thank you, Raiders, for being here. And Rissa has just given us 1,000 bits with this message. I don't quite know what it means. It says, "Holy fucking snit!" I don't know what she's referring to. It's unclear to me because I think everything is fine. Thank you, Rissa. Thank you very much. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. I want you to go and stretch your legs. And when we come back, we will be back in November, where our team is dealing with the aftermath of all of that. And so, take care of yourselves, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the latest news at home and overseas. Now, here are reports by our staff correspondents in 3 key capitals of Europe, from Berlin, Bern, Switzerland, and London. Now, first to the German capital, where Alex Dreyer is ready to report.
Hello, NBC. This is Alex Dreyer in Berlin. The German High Command this afternoon broke its silence of the past few days on land operations in the East and stated where the new German offensive has been developing. According to the High Command, a tremendous battle has taken place in the area north of the Sea of Azov. It's the first time that the High Command has referred to land operations in this sector of the front. The official communiqué says that German troops, working together with their allies, are pursuing the beaten enemy. The High Command adds that during the deep drive by motorized and panzer units into the lines of the retreating enemy, the staff of the 9th Russian Army was taken prisoner. But according to the communiqué, the Army's commander had already fled. Along the other areas of the front, the High Command reports that operations are proceeding according to plan. Another night attempt of the Soviet land forces on the coast west of Leningrad was repulsed, according to the communiqué. A majority of the transports were sunk, and the enemy units which managed to land are said to have been completely destroyed. The Luftwaffe last night is reported to have directed attacks against Leningrad and Moscow. Although not mentioned by today's High Command, the port of Rostov on the mouth of the Don for the first time was attacked yesterday by the Luftwaffe. In the turbulent little protectorate of Bohemian Moravia, where the Gestapo is reported to be pushing through a thorough cleaning up program, at least one man has had his sentence of death postponed, but of course only for the moment. He is Elias, the 62-year-old premier of the protectorate, who was sentenced to death after having been charged and tried with the preparation of high treason. But here's the interesting angle. Hitler himself ordered the postponement. According to officials in the propaganda ministry here this morning, the Germans intend to use Elias as a witness in the trial of other Czechs also accused of having indulged in treasonable activities. Czech papers have carried the report of the postponement. Negotiations for the exchange of wounded prisoners of war between the British and the Germans have fallen completely through, according to information available here today. The official Foreign Office spokesman today at noon said that the British conditions for the exchange are simply grotesque. According to the spokesman, the British expected to return but 50 wounded Germans in exchange for some 500 wounded British. The exchange was to have started today. The spokesman added that arrangements for the exchange were first begun on a purely diplomatic basis through the good offices of the United States, but that the British yesterday started to twist the thing into a propaganda offensive through the means of the British radio. The Germans are willing to make an exchange, he said, but only on a one-for-one basis. He then suggested that the British load up some of their boats with German internees, that is, women and children, and whereby a one-to-one ration exchange basis could probably be worked out. This is Alex Dreyer in Berlin, now returning you to NBC in New York.
Now, next we hear from Charles Lanius in Bern, Switzerland.
Hello, NBC. This is Charles Lanius in Bern. Reports reaching here this morning indicate that one of the bloodiest battles of the war is being fought in the area before the Russian industrial city of Charkov. After the capture of Poltava, the Germans are said to have thrown in heavy reinforcements in order to continue their thrust toward Charkov without a let-up. This new force is apparently meeting with terrific resistance. Moscow claims that Budyeni has succeeded in regrouping his armies and has started a flanking counteroffensive, which has completely stopped the German drive. The Germans say that progress is being made. They admit, however, that the going is tough, and one Berlin message states that the battle is developing into one of the biggest yet fought in the East. It would seem that the Germans are putting all they have into this fight, presumably because they feel they must take Charkov and then push upward toward Moscow before the winter weather catches up with them. All this appears to be in line with the German High Command's supposed plan to encircle the Russian capital in a giant pincer's move from the north and the south. Although the heaviest fighting appears to be in the upper section of the southern front, extremely hard fighting seems to be going on all along the entire front. The Reds have announced the whole of Timoshenkov's forces in the center, and important parts of Voroshilov's armies in the north have now moved into battle with the invaders. So, with Budyeni's reorganized forces counterattacking in the south, men are fighting along the whole length of the eastern front. The Germans to blitz on into Moscow and make their kill before bad weather starts, and the Russians to hold them up and subject their attackers to the uncertainties and difficulties of a long winter campaign. Today, the Soviets announced that the situation in the Crimea isn't as critical as it first seemed. There, mixed divisions of Red infantry and Marines have tangled with the German infantry. The Russians claim the Germans were defeated. They also report another victory over the German infantry in the Odessa area. Odessa is turning out to be a hard nut for the Germans to crack. More than a month and a half ago, I was invited, along with other correspondents, to go on a military junket to Odessa. Odessa was then expected to fall momentarily. And from Berlin, it certainly looked that way. We were even told the day we would leave Berlin. Of course, that trip was postponed, and now those in charge of arrangements would like to forget about it entirely. They probably could if it weren't for a few comic correspondents who seem to get a kick out of asking officials when the trip to Odessa is to start. Around the propaganda ministry, they used to take it seriously, but now they've caught on and just laugh it off. Up north, Leningrad seems to be standing as firmly as Gibraltar, and the Reds deny that that city is in any danger of being taken. The Russians claim that if the Germans expect any measure of success in that area, it'll be necessary to maintain an army of 1 million men there during the winter. Another Moscow message contains a frank admission that the Germans are now numerically superior in tanks and other equipment. The report goes on to say that the German infantry divisions have greater quantities of automatic arms than their own infantry, but that this superiority is by no means a crushing handicap. It's pointed out in the dispatch that in spite of this armament deficiency, the Russian armies are still very well equipped. From these statements, it would appear that the Russians need the long winter campaign they're fighting for as a breathing spell, during which they hope to make up some of their losses in equipment. This is Charles Lanius in Bern. I now return you to NBC in New York.
Our next report is from the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is John McBain in London. British submarines have had new successes in the Mediterranean. The Admiralty today reported that the undersea craft have sunk or hit by torpedoes and seriously damaged 11 Italian ships. The attempt to arrange the exchange of wounded prisoners between Britain and Germany has broken down, and the German prisoners who've spent the past 3 days in the hospital ships at New Haven are today being disembarked and returned to their prison camps and hospitals. Everything had been arranged, and the Germans would have left Britain last night, after the dramatic exchange of radio messages between the British and German governments. Then came the final German statement that in spite of the Geneva Convention, they were demanding a prisoner-for-prisoner exchange. Originally, all the British wounded, about 1,500, were to be exchanged for all the German wounded, less than 100. The last-minute German change of mind leads some observers to the belief that the whole thing was a carefully calculated incident in the German war of nerves, intended to put the British government in the position of having to refuse to bring home badly wounded British soldiers. Although the exchange can mean little in a war in which many thousands are being killed and wounded each day on the Russian front, relatives of the wounded British soldiers have certainly suffered a severe blow after days of thinking that their menfolk would soon be home. It was officially stated in London today that the British government now aren't prepared to risk being made the victims of a flagrant breach of faith on the part of the German government, more especially as the bulk of the British sick and wounded would clearly lose all chance of repatriation. It's officially emphasized here that the German government, when the negotiations began, were only concerned with the prisoners of war and didn't insist, although they mentioned it, that civilian internees be repatriated. Then the Germans demanded the mutual repatriation of sick and wounded combatants in third countries like Era, Uruguay, and unoccupied France. The British agreed to the repatriation of civilian internees and got together a batch of 60 German women prisoners to send home. The British also agreed to the business of swapping prisoners from third countries. But the last-minute German upset of the arrangements affecting the original exchange of wounded prisoners, who, according to the Geneva Convention, were to be sent back without regard to rank or numbers, seems to have ended the negotiations. It was announced today that Mr. Epley, the Vice Premier, is going to America as representative of the British government at the conference of the International Labor Office. The Air Ministry today publishes a booklet giving the most complete and readable story of the Bomber Command yet available. Bomber Command traces the history of the British bomber force from 2 o'clock on September 3rd, 1939, when a Blenheim began photographing units of the German Navy on their way out of Wilhelmshaven, until just the other day. It tells about the flying qualities of bomber pilots, and says that as far back as the spring of 1939, the French General Staff was told details of British bomber strength, and possible use of bombers was discussed. The French wanted the bombers to be used as a sort of long-range artillery against railroads and aerodromes, but the British pointed out that with the strength at their disposal, this would be ineffective. The French...
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our the second bit of City of Light and Shadow. I hope you all had a lovely break. I hope you enjoyed the news from actually October 7th, which is where all the badness happened in the bar. And as we come back into it, we are in this bunker, which is in November. And our 4 heavy agents have sort of made their way back to this bunker inn. And Falstaff is about ready to leave with Tango, but there's a lot of information that has not been shared just yet. And Tango is walking with Falstaff towards the entrance to the sewer.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, as we get to the, I guess the grate or whatever it is that Tango's gonna go ahead and pull it open for him, and as that happens, he's gonna say, "Look, my mouth has caused a lot of shit. Okay, I get that. It's also saved a lot of people too. So I'd like to think it's saved more people than it's lost. And I know that oh wow. Sorry if you're hearing that. That's my puppy is
Pup
going.
has the zoomies.
Pup has the freaking zoomies in my room. You okay? Okay. All right. Let's call it. That's cool. Zoomies in. Because I put a lot of attention on me, it takes a lot of attention off of other people. And yeah, I almost got someone killed and I'm exposed. And I'm sorry about that. And I'm going to tell you right now, things change people, Falstaff. I'm about to be a father and I can't do the same stuff I was doing before when I got to this mission. And I won't be.
That's what you said before you outed Regina in front of all of the most important commanders. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea what you did? You said you were a father and changing before you insulted the representative of de Gaulle's government and the Foreign Office and the head of MI6, people who've been wanting to take our funding for months and months. Do you have any idea if this is what you're like when you are settled down as a father? I am. You are lucky. You are lucky, Tango, that Regina Berger values your life a lot more than I do. And I need her as the commander of this cell. Otherwise, my friend, you would not have gotten off that plane. And you deserved exactly what you got on that plane. But I want you to know, I will not forget what you've done. And I would like to rewind to that plane flight. It's not a Lysander. It's a much larger plane. And perhaps Tango is thinking about what happened on the plane flight. And it's a larger plane, and it was really hard getting access to this plane because the Royal Air Force is still not flying agents into France regularly. Nobody wants to work with the SOE, and they're having a real hard time. But they got this one flight in because they just finished the analysis of Tristan Hassel's order of battle of the French resistance, and it looks real bad. He and his agents have worked out a lot of what the resistance looks like in Paris, and they have got to get back and dismantle that structure so that they don't get killed. And they've got to figure out how to do it slowly so as not to give away any info. And on this flight, you've got Luke, you've got Falstaff, you've got Regina, and you've got Tango, who are on this loud, noisy flight with no lights, flying from England to France.
I imagine Regina is smoking. She probably didn't get to smoke a lot when she was in SOE training, so she's enjoying a cigarette she much deserves.
Yeah, Tango's smoking as well. They're just...
And it's kind of like, I imagine there's like a heavy silence in there. It's like everybody's like smiling and waving bye, and the plane takes off, and when it closes shut, it's just like Regina's face like fades to like hefty seriousness. She stands up at one point, which I imagine is rather difficult. And she's like hanging on, as this freaking plane's taking us home. And she says, "Luke."
Oui. And he's got a slightly more normal haircut than he had before. Like he's trying to like even it out. Because he's been working on it.
It's been a few months.
Yeah,
He has had some time to grow it out. Okay. All right. Go punch Tango as hard as you can. Please.
What?
I'll say it louder. I know the plane. Go punch Tango as hard as you can.
All right.
Please.
He goes over to Tango and he sort of looks at Tango like,
Oh, hey, Luke. It's good to see you.
I'm supposed to punch you as hard as I can. I think it's a test to see if I'm good at punching.
Oh, okay. Well, let's, and Tango's gonna stand up and put his hand up on the, he's like, all right, then, all right, now I've been through this. Go on. I'm real tough.
Okay.
See if you can punch a tough guy.
And he looks to Regina while trying to keep his balance, not quite certain, like if he's supposed, like where he's supposed to punch him or like what. But then he turns away from Regina because he's like, "This is a test." Okay.
Wait. First, you got to tell a man why you're punching a man.
Because I'm supposed to. It's a test.
Mm.
Okay.
All right.
And he is going to try to punch you as hard as he can. He's because he's going to try our good old.
Luke now has a full character sheet and he's statted for combat, y'all.
The first thing you do is tell him to combat Tango.
I want a really good solid thud.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
That's fine.
Dear chat, one of the things that happened at the end of season 2 is that they were able to level up all their stuff, and that includes leveling up one of their bonuses they got was for like being such a great faction, is they got to level up one of their supporting characters to have full-on excitement. And our Luke is going to sort of think about this. He's going to sort of like try to be a little bit tricky, and he's going to roll a 1 because he's
it's all right.
Yeah.
I didn't
okay.
say it
He's
had
nervous.
to be good.
Yeah. He's a little nervous. He's a little nervous. And
also, we're on a shaky plane.
We're on a shaky plane.
It could be that like Tango's holding himself up,
Yep.
but Luke is like not holding himself up.
He's not.
Whoa.
And he's also he also knows that you went through training before him, and he also heard some stories about you, so he's a little nervous. Roll your athletics.
Okay.
To dodge.
Yeah, I mean that's not Tango's strongest suit in the world at all. These are two not tough guys trying to punch each other. Well, I mean, Luke is really good, but Tango's not a tough dude.
That's 2. Take 2 physical stress, as he sort of like comes in and like does like he's a little bit awkward at first, but then he sort of comes in, he just like does like a little like a rabbit punch right into your ribs. Which hurts.
Ooh, and it probably breaks open I would just say it breaks open one of my stitches.
Yeah.
And there's like bleeding.
He goes, and he sort of stumbles a little bit. And he's like, and he sort of pulls out like a handkerchief and he kind of like puts it up against your.
That was a good punch, Luke. That was a good punch. You go right for the weakness. Hey, Regina, can you?
Yeah, Regina comes over and she puts her hand on Luke's shoulder and she says, "Well done."
Can you just? You're upset with me.
It just puts he puts the handkerchief against the thing and then puts your hand on it and goes and sits.
You could just punch me yourself. You know that, right? Like we're close enough friends.
You don't deserve that.
Oh, what did I fuck up now? And he's gonna lay down. And he's just gonna bang his head against the back.
No, you're gonna stand for this one.
I don't want to stand for this.
I didn't ask you what you wanted. Please stand.
He's gonna get back up.
I don't have a lot of care about Tango. Doris is of the utmost importance.
Yeah.
You put her in danger today in front of a lot of really important people. Now, I could say this was about me in the fact that, for whatever reason, you feel it is okay to tell others that I am...
Falstaff looks away, so he's obviously not listening, right? Like she just sort of turns away.
As my best friend, you have to understand that my life is on the line every day because of who I love. I don't get the privileges you do. So, I'm going to ask that moving forward, and I look at Luke for this one too, when we get back to Paris, anything that happened in London between Doris and I never is spoke of.
Okay.
Please. And moving forward, if you could maybe not tell people that I'm gay. It would be splendid. And the next time I give you an order, and you fail to do it, I'd say I'd let Falstaff deal with you, but I think instead I'll just let you do push-ups till your arms fall off.
You know I hate push-ups.
I know you do. And no, you cannot replace them with crunches.
Just, what about
No.
where you put your kneecaps down?
No.
And, okay.
I'll make Luke sit on you while you do them.
He's got a bit of a good punch these days. Look, I get passionate, and I don't see the world the way the world sees you. And I'm sorry. I am proud of you. And I am proud of my friends. I'm proud of who they love. I'm proud of who they are. And in a moment, I just forget.
I know.
That others don't feel the same way I do. Anyone doesn't feel the same way I do.
You've always taken me for exactly as I am. And that I cannot thank you enough for. But, if you actually want to be a dad,
yeah,
and you actually want to see the end of this war, I do, for the first time ever, just want to see the end of it.
I guess I'll do the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And that's shut the fuck up. How about that?
So, are we gonna have like a warning or something? Like a code word I can give you when you say too much?
We're gonna need something that, it's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. I just fuck up with this fucking mouth I have. It just keeps going, and
Do you trust me?
Yes, of course I trust you. You're my best friend. I trust you with everything.
Then the next time I give you an order,
yeah,
don't think of it like an order. Know that whatever I'm saying is entirely because I love you and our cell.
Did you just say you love me? Is that what you just said? I think it's
Luke?
what you just said. Oh, no, wait, no. What I meant was, yes, Commander, your orders are your friend requests. I will honor. All right, look, here's what we're gonna do. From now on, my lips are sealed about you and whomever you decide to be with. It is, oh God, I hate to say this. It is we work together, and that doesn't fall into what we work with. We are killing Nazis. That's what we do.
Well, that is the hope.
Right. And it doesn't matter it's no one's business what you're doing outside of that. And he's going to pull up a pinky. Here's what I suggest. It's called a pinky promise.
Why?
Well, pinky promise is the most... When I joined, we'll say, a friend group back in the States, I was beaten by my own father to almost an inch of my life and pulled away. And then I was crawled back to some friends. And I had one friend in particular who gave me what's called a pinky promise that my life would be better from here on out. And it was. From then on, I fully believe more in a pinky promise, never will swearing on a Bible or telling some official, you'll do some official thing. I will pinky promise with you that if you tell me to do something from here on out, I'll shut the fuck up and do it.
And what
Even if I
happens
feel
when pinkies break?
well, then if you have another finger, you use that other finger. It just sounds better when it's a pinky promise, right? I mean, who
Great,
wants an index
bear
finger promise? That's
witness.
kind of like a subpar promise, in my opinion, but it's fine. I mean, I would still use that promise
So
just
fingers,
as much
I
as
can take them.
yes.
Great.
Will you give me a pinky promise? And my promise to you is that, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm finally going to give in to being told what to do. But if it's by my best friend, then I don't mind. Okay?
All right. Regina puts her pinky up as if like she's putting a toe to cold water. And she's like, why does it feel vulnerable?
Because it is. I got you. Pinky promise. Oh, got you. Oh, yeah. No, it's vulnerable because it's like the weakest part of your body, basically. It's like your pinky or your pinky toe. That's really real.
That's because you don't
vulnerable.
know what I can do with my pinky.
Well, I don't really want to know what you want to.
I kind of clap him on the shoulder. Have a seat. You're bleeding.
I think I popped something. I don't know. I'm going to go to sleep now.
And as we sort of fade back into the bunker, and you were sort of face to face with Falstaff after that very intense moment when he said you deserved what you got in the plane, as he's standing by the grate to the sewer, you were going to say,
it pains me to say this, Falstaff, but you are absolutely right. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you this because I know you don't believe a word that comes out of my mouth, and nobody ever fucking should. It's how I got here, and it's how I've made money, and it's how I've done everything in my life is by lying. So I'm just going to have to show you, and that takes time. I'm going to have to show everyone. We're going to pull out of this. We're going to figure it out, and we're going to do it. And I don't expect you to believe me, but I want you to look me in the eyes, and I want you to know you're going to see it. I'm going to be the best damn subordinate, the best damn dad, and I've just figured it out. We're going to be friends, and I don't think you understand. When I say I'm going to be friends with somebody, I kind of aggressive about it, Falstaff, because I think you have some positive energy underneath all that, gross shit that is on the surface. And I'd like for you to be Unky Falstaff one day. So yeah, no, I know it's going to be really weird, but you're going to have to get I don't know when the baby shower is. We're going to have to think about a present, and usually a card is in order if you can make one.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happens in, say, 10 months or so when you're walking down the street, as you do, and Germans come to look at your papers, as they do, and perhaps you're wandering around just waiting a little bit too long. They decide to pick you up, as they do. And what happens when they take you into that office in 84 Foch, and they say to you, we will kill your wife and child unless you give up everything you know about the resistance. What do you say?
Well, I wasn't expecting that. I was just hoping you'd come to the baby shower, really. But, I guess the point is...
You didn't answer the question.
I've posed this question, and yes, I will answer the question with a question and answer my own question, because that's what I do, because I'm Tango, okay? I've posed this question a few times over, and it's something that just resonates with me, and it's, would you burn your city, your family, would you burn your family to save the city, or would you burn the city to save your family? And that's what you're asking me.
I'm asking you if you would kill your supposed best friend, sell her out, and your doctor friend and that very large German fellow, and all these people here. What I'm telling you is that it is a security risk to have a family here.
And I'm telling you that if you don't have a purpose or something to fight for, you're a much larger risk.
That purpose does not have to be here in Paris.
Well, the purpose is here in Paris. And that means that this cell is going to have to be perfect.
Yes.
I'm going to have to be perfect. It means we're going to have to be absolutely perfect, so nobody dies. Right?
Yes.
My point is, they will get no information from me, and no one on this earth will touch my child. And he's going to look around. I'm going to propose to her. I think I'm going to propose to her. My wife. Yeah, I know. It's weird. I need to find a ring. I'm trying to find a ring.
You cannot wear a wedding ring.
I know I can't wear a wedding ring right now. God, I'm just saying later. So if you find one, could you? All my contacts are like guns and
Tango.
Art.
Tango.
I don't have anything
Tango.
for rings.
Look at my hands. Am I wearing a wedding ring?
But you're obviously married and you have a family. I know this because I know the tonality, and I know the steps you take, and I know the dad jokes you tell. It's kind of sad, honestly, but it's fine. I'm going to tell those jokes soon. Jesus.
This is not a vacation.
It's not a vacation. This is a rescue mission. We're rescuing ourselves from the Nazis, and yeah, it's going to happen. My point is, you'll be fine. We'll be fine. And I'm no longer in control, so obviously the plan's going to work perfectly.
Yes, well, I will leave, and this is a section commander. If there's anything else you need from me,
are you going to come to the baby shower?
Section commander, is there anything you need from me?
Too busy for the baby shower. Okay.
It's not secure. Well, I will see you all at Bricktops when I resume my route.
And he doesn't know?
No, none of the new people know.
He just got back into Paris.
Yeah.
He was with them.
Yep. Y'all haven't told any of them yet.
Shit.
Yep. And so as
I thought there was a trip or something, or there was a
they just got back.
They just arrived. And so they don't know anything about it. And then let us take that moment to rewind.
We might want to stop him before he leaves too. Just
he's about to go.
But anyway.
And we're going to
Oscar never says anything, but he'll say something then. That's
but we
can do that once we get back from the
yeah, we'll find out what he might say
we'll address that
when we get back from the doodle-doo. It is Oscar and Sylvie, and you have driven away from Bricktops, now seized because you're dead, and given away. Where do you go?
So this is literally on the drive away.
Mm-hmm. Where do you go?
We have that garage or that
you do
warehouse where we put the trucks. So that's he would, just not to compromise anything any further, he would add that truck to the vans that we have and everything.
It's the one that's connected to the cleaners, like your good criminal buddies. They've got a
he would pull that in there and then make best possible speed to the bunker, knowing that that's really it.
What about Charlie? We have to. When do you think this happened? Did the paint look recent?
Yes.
We have to stop by Charlie's.
It's not now.
They
will be looking there. They'll be looking where you live. Anybody that's connected, they will be looking. They will be searching all of those residences, all of those places of employment. That's what I would do.
And I would like to think, just as an aside, I would like to think once bringing her on board in the official capacity, we would have had some sort of a plan for if shit goes sideways.
Would you have told her about the bunker?
I think so.
Okay.
Because at this point, like she's in, and everyone else has been hanging out with her too. So, yeah, they told her, she knows. Yeah, that seems good. That seems good. Just keep driving, I guess.
There's things we can get in the bunker, and then we can make for Spain.
Spain? What do you mean Spain? We can't go to Spain. What's in Spain?
To my knowledge, Paris is not in Spain. It is easier to get to London.
No, I am not leaving Paris. If you think I'm leaving Paris, you are, sir, sorely mistaken.
Why?
What's in Spain? What am I supposed to do in Spain?
You're supposed to go there
and sit
and live
on my butt? Sit on my butt wondering what happened to all of the people I cared about, to all the places that I cared about? This is my home. They took the bar from me. I'm not letting them take this entire city from me. That's not happening.
Sylvie, the city is already theirs. Their flags fly. Their boots march. The city of light is theirs.
And yet we are still here, and yet we are still fighting. If not, then why everything we've done? Why everything we continue to do? No, we are still here. We are still making something of this godforsaken place. And I will die in the streets of this beautiful city before I leave it.
You will take your child with you on those same streets.
Paris, Spain. You think they're not going to go to Spain? You think this disease isn't going to spread?
Yeah, I do. But there is a way.
Then where next? After Spain, where do I go then? I'm not going to live my life running. What am I supposed to do when I'm too pregnant to waddle to the next location, to the next city? Give birth on the side of the street like an animal? I already ran from one home like a fucking animal. I am not doing it again. I ran in the night. I ran with people trying to kill me for who I was, for what I looked like, for who I was with. I'm not doing that again. And I'm not bringing up a child in a world where they are going to have to run. I'm not doing it.
Then I will not do it with you.
Okay.
Sylvie, there is one thing. If before Regina's tango come back, if I fall, you must run. There's no questions.
You
there will be no one. That is an inevitability. Let us hope that it is not
yet.
I almost believe you.
Oscar, I'm still your employer, even if the bar is gone, and I have not released you from your duties.
That is why I will stay beside you.
Acceptable.
And as you're walking away, because you're not driving, you drop the car off and you're walking past curfew, which is dangerous, towards this bunker, which is quite a long walk, you hear a st, st. Because you've been kind of loud on the streets as you were arguing.
Can't imagine that.
And perhaps you look around and you realize you are by your apartment. And you hear a tst coming from one of the windows. Not your apartment window, but the one below. And there is a man in his late 40s, even though it's like the middle of the night. His hair is like slicked back, but he's clearly been sort of sleeping, and so his hair is all sort of messed up. That's what happens when you put a lot of product in your hair. And his like little clipped, very pointy, kind of like a Dali mustache is sort of droopy because it's the middle of the night. And he pokes his head out. His head is sort of poking out as he hears you yelling in the middle of the street.
So he's gonna like just start tapping on Oscar's arm. Oh, that's my neighbor. Can you remind me? I forgot his name.
Victor.
No.
Victor Saint-Jean.
He Oscar would immediately try to cover up and like take the view of this neighbor away. Do not say a word to him. You are dead, Sylvie.
He's looking at you both. He's like gesturing.
Oscar will pull his hat down. Stay here. Keep your back to the window.
And she's gonna lightly put a hand on his arm. We haven't talked much, but he's an artist, an eccentric. I've always found him trustworthy.
He smiles and then goes over.
And she'll kind of like get into the shadows as much as she can.
And with the
he just sort of gestures. He doesn't say anything. He just gestures through this like come up sort of gesture.
He would get within about 10 feet of the window, you know, as close to the building as he could get if it's the lower floor.
And he sort of gestures down to like where the stairwell is. And he sort of gestures this way. And he sort of frowns and he makes a few signs to Sylvie. And you know he cannot speak. And you don't have the best sign language, but you sort of like you've spoken to him enough. His throat was damaged in the gas in the First World War. And he can barely speak, hardly at all, above a whisper. And you can see that he's trying to make a gesture that he wants you to come up to his apartment. But he can't.
Oscar would turn and look at Sylvie in the shadow and he would vote no.
Can I roll an empathy?
You can roll an empathy because that would be the roll that you would make to find out what his vibe is.
She's feeling she's been through a great deal, but she is feeling quite empathetic right now.
You may ask me one question about him.
How trustworthy does he seem? Does he seem like he and that fabulous nighty stash are up to no good?
He seems as if he is worried about you, and he does not seem as if he's being nefarious. You do not get a sense of him being dishonest or nefarious in any way, but he does seem worried.
Oscar, we're already past curfew. We're never going to make it at this point. I think we should go up.
Okay.
He was in the First War. He had the gas. He fought for the country. The real country.
He'll just nod.
And she'll go for the door and start going up. And then as she gets inside, she'll turn around and she's always prepared, she's going to reach under her dress and she'll pull out like a little blade. And then she'll kind of like shove it into Oscar's hand. It's just a little one, but you know, if he's going to be walking behind her, she's going to be like, besides, if he tries anything, just stab him in the gut or something. And then she just continues up.
And this man will let you in and into the apartment. And you cannot see the upper floor because of the way the stairwell works. But when he ushers you in, inside of the apartment of his, you see canvases of paint and all of the art. I said he had the mustache like Dali. His art is a little Dali, but I'd say a bit more World War I melting faces sort of art than like clearly he's working through what it seems to be to go through gas attacks. And those are everywhere. But also in the middle of the living room is Sylvie's Victrola and her records.
My records.
And bunches of her dresses. It seems as if he's after they have gone, and he sort of signs to you that when they came, he waited, right? And he brought what he could of yours.
My things. Oh, Vincent. Oh, thank you. And she just like kind of goes onto the floor and she's like pawing through everything.
And he just gestures, to the bedroom. Just, if you want to sleep there, you can. And he looks around and he sort of brings out bread, which he has, and some cheese, and he puts it on the table.
And she stands up. How can I? And she doesn't know a lot, but like she's gonna try and sign the best she can. How can I ever thank you? And as she's standing there, she's gonna look at this pile of these fine dresses and all of these nice sparkles and everything like that, and all of these records and stuff. And then she's gonna
your jewelry too. He got your jewelry box as well. Although
she's gonna look
quite
at
a bit of
this.
it has been stolen, but.
And then she's going to look at Oscar slowly, and then she's going to stand up. Vincent, will you hold on to the Victrola for me? And the records. Oh, yes, of course.
And he says that your voice is so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I hope to sing again soon. These my dresses. Will you sell them for me? I'm afraid I'm no longer going to be able to wear them for a little while. And will you see that the money, do you, and she kind of leans forward, do you know of any of the resources that go to the Jewish communities? Well, can you see the money goes to those who need it?
Which one of these is your favorite? Oscar would walk over to the pile of dresses. Is there ones that you sang and you knows that it was a good song? You used all the good notes.
And kind of as she's talking, the Sylvie personage is going to be starting to like and as she does that, she's just going to kind of be like pulling like all of the things out. Yeah, I guess the black one with the sparkles on it. And I think the that one necklace in the box there. I think I'll take that too. But everything else, Vincent, if you could sell the rest of it for me and just, make sure that the money goes somewhere where it'll help the folks out.
And he points to this place, this apartment of his, and then he stops. He points upward to your apartment because you live right above him. All of your shenanigans that he's had to hear, all the stomping. He points up and he goes, "It's not a good space." And then he points to this place, his place, and he says, "To you, that you can always stay here."
Thank you. Yeah, I think. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, we have a safe place we're going to be for a little bit. But if we ever need it, I'll let you know.
And he looks at you with a bit of a smile, and you can see just like, because he's wearing his nightshirt. And normally when you see him, you said he was an eccentric, and he is. He would always wear one of those old stiff stand-up collars that was really from like 40 years ago. Very tall, stiff collar, and he was always very formal. And he is not wearing that because he's in his nightshirt. And in his nightshirt, it's open, and you can see all of the scars from where he was clearly in a gas attack that also sort of snake up his neck. And he looks at you, and he gives you a wink, and he goes,
"I always knew I could count on you." Oh, Vincent, your bathroom, do you have any peroxide? Oscar, I'll be right back.
And he goes with you, and he pulls out some shears and peroxide.
And she's going to disappear in there for a little while.
And that's where we bring ourselves right back to the present moment in November, as Falstaff is about to leave. And Hannah has been sort of anxious, as have been Charlie. Everyone's been a little bit anxious in this moment. And Falstaff is about to leave, saying that he will see you all at his regular route.
As he's leaving, Sylvie's gonna kind of wander over to Oscar. We should probably say something before he goes.
Yeah, Falstaff.
Puck?
Oscar can't help but he slightly rolls his eyes at the exchange. This Bricktops is no more.
What do you mean?
Sylvie's just gonna step forward.
Excuse me?
Bricktops is gone. It's been seized.
Sylvie is dead.
That's a lot of information. Maybe, Falstaff, before you go, we should have a proper debrief.
Yeah, proper fake identification.
What happened?
Sylvie?
He starts to say what happened, but he stops himself, and he just looks to Regina.
Okay. I imagine there were repercussions from your time in Berlin.
You are now talking to Evelyn Garnier. And unfortunately, Sylvie is, as far as anyone in the city knows, she died in an explosion.
Well, then you were probably the safest of all of us.
Well, I don't know about that.
There are many to believe that there were deaths in the explosion, but the more important ones know that those reports are false. Unfortunately.
So, they retaliated. What happened?
They took the bar.
They do what they always do. They take.
What happened in Berlin?
They were embarrassed.
The band, are they safe?
Yeah.
It wasn't our regulars, so they didn't know who they were, They, and she kind of looks at Oscar too, because I don't think Oscar was backstage when the one guy was there. they gave me a debrief. They gave me the rules, you know. They gave me the rules on what we were and weren't supposed to sing. No syncopations, no drum breaks, no scatting, no it was a lot. You know, it was a lot to take in.
Wait, why scatting? Hold on, why scatting?
It was a lot. It was a lot to remember, you know, and I don't want to.
It was a trap.
You know?
They set Sylvie up. It was a trap. She could never have gotten through the performance to their specifications. So they were embarrassed. And Sylvie sang a song that made the right cry. It was beautiful.
Well,
they locked the doors, and they tried to kill us that night, you know. But we went in, we found out luckily, and we got everybody safe.
The doctor, the scientist,
we got him out.
Yeah,
we got him out.
Where is
he? As well as the wife of a ranking military official, the one that was in charge to suss out or criminalize jazz, this Voight. His wife is a singer as well, but now she sings her own songs. He would know that Regina would know.
Yeah,
is Frida.
Frida.
Yes, the opera singer.
Oh, you know her. You know
Frida
her.
Engel.
It's a German nightingale.
You took her from Germany?
Well,
her husband was being a real dick.
We escorted her.
Well, that seems to be a theme in my life. Okay. They are both safe?
They are for the next couple days, anyway.
And who knows that they are missing? That you are all missing?
As far as they know right now, we all perished in an explosion.
They're going to be looking for us. We should tighten down on security.
Okay.
One moment. Who all has been reported dead?
Yeah, raise your hand if you're dead right now. Okay. Should I call you? Oscar. Okay.
The reports of my deaths are greatly exaggerated.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
She's gonna turn to Tango and say, "What they said on the radio, we didn't even kiss her." She's gonna gesture toward Oscar. We didn't even kiss her or anything.
Wait, what did they say on the radio?
I hear he's a great kisser, though. We both heard that.
Wait.
What did they say on the radio?
That the lover of Sylvie Moreau, me, Oscar Mueller, had died in an explosion set by our own design. That we are terrorists.
That I died too. And then that they took back the bar and that...
They name anyone else?
Yes.
The band members.
And a few other people.
Who? Who?
Wait.
Oscar?
I can't remember everyone that's dead, but
well, not that was dead, but who worked at the... They named everyone who worked at the bar.
Yes, they on the radio they named you Regina, they named Charlie.
We all need new identifications. I need to go ahead and just start on that. Okay? Just let me start on that if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
The other thing is that your good friend, Tristan Hassel, has been removed. Gesundheit.
Danke.
They sent him to the Eastern Front.
Well, they'll be sending someone worse. Tristan was compromised, as I told you. He was paranoid and he was getting close.
This is then a good thing. He's not in our way anymore, though I imagine whoever they...
No. Who they send will have one goal and one goal only. To burn us all down.
I don't think this is a good thing. I don't think this is a good thing at all. We have no one. We have nowhere to go.
Yes, we do.
We have nothing.
That's not true. We have each other. And this place. And, Falstaff, we are going to need weapons. I imagine they've taken everything.
We're gonna need a new front and by the way, he's made himself, I guess there's like a workstation or whatever, and he's gonna go ahead. I don't know if you want to go ahead and roll for everyone's new identifications.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes.
Or I look
can
over.
Luke help with that?
By
Can
the
Luke
way,
help?
can Luke do it?
You have a stunt that gives you a +2 and all of that. He can give you a +1. He can help if you want to. If you want to,
let him help
him.
me, because I mean it's high up there. My tradecraft is high up there, forgery, but it's not like it's a good, not great.
But you could teach him a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm like, Luke, come here. Let me show you some things I've learned. And even though he's better than me technically, but
actually, I don't think that's true because you have an automatic +2 whenever you're forging.
That's right.
Oh,
for example.
So that's fantastic, but that's not with I didn't add my +2 yet.
So that's an 8.
Yeah, it's an 8.
Plus a +1 from him, which is a 9.
A 9. Can you get higher than a 9 in Fate? I don't know. I guess there is. But what is that word? What would the word
legendary.
Be legendary.
Legendary.
Okay. So
that is
these are legendary identifications that I made for everyone. And I mean people for the building. Like I'm just like I've listed out everybody and I've made everybody new names, and that is now their new fucking life.
It says here that I'm Adolf Hitler.
Like,
and everyone believes it.
No, it's
oh no.
These are so good.
No,
Winston Churchill.
No, it's
we can end the war.
No, your name is Badolf Diddler. Like that's what your name is, Badolf Diddler. Don't be. It's fine. It's good to be a diddler.
Oh no! Oh
the family of diddlers.
That is not correct.
No.
I'm going to write that down because you have got an amazing aspect that's going to stick around right there.
So knowing that, Regina would just say to the group, we do have something. New identities, and at this point, Sylvie, they think you're dead, which means they're not looking for you anymore. At least, not everyone, just some people. Look, if they want us to disappear, then I say we do. We need to get off the grid. We need to lie low. We need to gather some intel. Oscar, how can we support you?
Permission to speak to Falstaff as he's still in the room.
Well, he seems to be in a hurry, so you better talk quickly.
He would look at Falstaff, pretense aside, and he's addressing everybody else, but he's talking to Falstaff. This man has a job to do. He has limited resources. As you have experienced in London and conveyed to us here, he is working with a budget, both political and financial. He is currently weighing whether or not it is worth it to continue to fund this sale.
You don't know me at all, Puck.
Then tell me, are you going to tell your superiors what has happened here?
Of course. Although I assume, actually, that Guildenstern will be doing that.
Then make the case. Why would you send more weapons to us? Why would you send more support?
Well, first off, I don't think you understand how dire the situation is now. The information that you brought back of the Gestapo, it was an order of battle. They had been tracking what resistance there was here in Paris. Bricktops was not on that list, but many other cells were. And I was about ready to leave because I have to dismantle them all, because they've all been compromised. There are a few left, but not many. Which means There's, unfortunately, not much resistance left in Paris that is safe. And I certainly would not make the case that one of the few ones we have left, as difficult as this is, as unfortunate as this is, I would not make the case that this one be dismantled when all the rest have to fall and scatter.
So
that means you
you
have a
still get
lot
your
more
support?
work to do, I'm afraid.
He would just nod.
We have some things to get in place, Falstaff.
Also,
You have some things that need to be handled.
I'll have to find out who the compromisers were.
This will take some time. Maybe we can help suss it out. Until then, we're going to lay low. We'll be here.
There are a lot of good people who have to, well, leave. We'll need to rely on you more than ever, although after things settle down a bit.
As you said, things are just getting started.
As it is your job, I expect you all will be finding some ways to get this opera singer and scientist out of the country. They'll be needed in London.
We'll begin moving people as soon as we can.
Take your time.
Until then, if everybody is safe, we will take our time.
And I will do what I do best. As for more guns and all that, I don't want to take your thunder, Guildenstern, about the RAF bombing. I thought you might want to report to yourself.
We also... Okay, so I'm just making sure I understand, Trooper, because you sent me a message that we've succeeded in giving the intel for the RAF.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it was very good intel.
Okay.
And it was a very successful raid.
Okay. It seems that our intel swap was beneficial. And very helpful.
It's a relief, at least.
And that means that the RAF is a bit more willing to work with us. Hence how we got our flight in tonight. A slightly larger plane. So, at least on that type, on that moment, things seem to be on the upswing. And, well, we'll just have to rebuild.
You better go before curfew.
Indeed. Well, I won't be meeting you in at the club anymore.
No, it seems that you're going to have to literally wade through the shit to get to us, Falstaff.
Yes, well. Or more dead drops.
You know where we dead drop?
We should pick a new place. Something not in the open. There's a small church. Do you know it? It's a small church. It's on the hill of Montmartre. It's not the main one, but there's a small one that's sort of a little bit older, an abbey. If you go in, I would say it's not particularly well used. The third pew on the left, I will place any notes in the Bible there. The last one, closest to the window. All right?
Copy.
Good. Well, congratulations on your promotion. And I'm very sorry. And he goes to the grate and slips down with a bit of a splash, leaving you all.
The SOE is building a group of guerrilla fighters on a rather large scale. Hundreds. Right now, the struggle is getting them into the countries. We are all that's left. We managed to keep our names for whatever reason out of Falca's main files that were passed off. We are safe. For whatever reason, they want to keep us in play. And I get it. A time will come when their soldiers are deep behind enemy lines, where we are deep behind enemy lines. And they are going to attack. I want us to be a part of that. We can plot an assassination against Hitler any day of the week. But the SOE is planning a long-term attack against Germany. They are expecting this war to last much longer than what we ever planned. Something is coming. The Germans are moving quickly and ferociously. If it meant me taking an oath to the SOE to assure that we can continue to fight and stand at the end of that war, and I look right at Oscar, all of us, then that's what I did. We'll play soldier for Falstaff. But this is what we wanted. Why we started all of this. So we need to get our shit together, or more people are going to die at our hands. A lot more. So I say this because when it is all done, I have a feeling there will be much to celebrate. And I want to do it with all of you. So, we are going to get our shit together. We will live here until we find a better place. I unfortunately had a rather difficult conversation with Mother Courage that did not go in my favor. Our favor. It seems that they did not appreciate us outing their men. Surprise. We should avoid contact with them. They are fighting a same but different war than us. I went to her door to actually pose a partnership, but she was not interested in working with us. That being said, they are still soldiers on our side of the battlefield. And that means that we need to let them know that they are being heavily watched by MI6. That means we are to steer clear of the communists. MI6 is sniffing around SOE. They were there for Tango's debrief. My debrief. Why, I wasn't entirely sure. They're waiting for us to fuck up.
Like they always are.
Precisely. So, here we are. We may not be functioning out of Bricktops anymore, but we have not lost Bricktops. In fact, we are the same number as we were when they attacked. They can take our things, but they cannot take what it is that we do and represent. So pick a barrel, everyone.
Luke stands up. Can I take my normal one?
As long as your stuff's still there.
And he goes to the barrel real quick to see if his stuff is still there. And it has been folded. It is still there.
Sylvie is going to, after she gets done saying that, kind of just murmur, it's easier to say when you didn't put everything into building that place up for 12 years.
And
then
Charlie stands by you and just sort of puts her hand.
Instead of picking a barrel, she's like carrying some stuff, and then she's kind of just gonna wander toward the catacombs, and she kind of just wanders off.
And Hannah goes, Sylvie, you cannot go down there. It's if you do not know the route, it is easy to get lost. These are you should stay here.
And then she's just gonna wave her hand. I won't go far.
Is Sylvie readily like upset? Like, does it, or is it obvious? Is my question.
Sylvie is showing a weird lack of emotion.
Okay. Oh, that's distressing.
This is probably as upset as Sylvie will probably ever show anybody.
Okay.
I think. I mean, I don't know.
She usually shows a lot of like excitement one way or the other, but she's very flat right now, and she kind of just wonders.
Regina will kind of pitter behind you. She's not going to like catch up to you. She's not going to grab you or anything like that. She's just going to say, Sylvie.
Sylvie will stop, and she kind of like, she's far enough in that she can see like the bones and stuff like that, but she'll stop. This
is actually not those Paris catacombs. This is you're connected on the other side of the river to a set of old abandoned mines or sort of catacombs that nobody actually knows about. I mean, they're in old maps, unused. But they're totally unused.
Walls.
Yeah, it's nice, like these old walls. Limestone.
Beautiful limestone. And then she actually wait. So it is limestone. Then she's gonna say, you know, my mom always used to say, limestone conducts spirits more so than any of the other stones. I hate ghosts.
Well, then maybe I can comfort you by reminding you that these ghosts are also having their country invaded.
And then she's going to turn around.
We will get Bricktops back. You know that, right?
It's not the same.
Why? Why? Because they put their filthy paws all over it.
Ugh. You painted it. It says, traitor, traitor. Do you know the last time I was called a traitor? Well, I would imagine you know exactly what it's like. And Charlie and I were walking down the alley that one time. Traitor because our races, traitor because our sexes, traitor for a million reasons that people hated in the time and the place. That's what it was in those times.
Seems that's what it is in these times.
And she's holding something, and she's kind of like messing with it. But she's gonna say, we used your safe house to get away, to get out when we after we died.
She laughs because that whole chain of logic is ridiculous. I hope you found at least a little rest there.
Found a little more. She kind of, and it's at this point, it's kind of wadded up with stuff, and she still would have tried to keep it nice, but like she's gonna like just kind of like hold it out, and she's gonna be like, I was gonna put it in a box. You know, or something. You know, initially I was gonna cut it up a little bit because, you know, I don't know what the deal is with what happened with you, but you know, I know it have a problem with, all your girlfriends and stuff like that. And and I thought that it was because of this kind of a thing, I mean, you know how I am with my dresses and all. I figured if I brought it back and you saw it, and I wore it around a little bit in a everyday kind of wear, so that it wouldn't be, in a non-wedding kind of way, so that you could, and I can put it on the floor if you want, so that it's not
Sylvie,
you can
Sylvie.
see that it's, you don't have to.
I go over and I like put her hands in my hands with the dress, and I was like, it's okay. I left this dress in Germany for a reason.
Well, it's a nice dress. You could.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, it's the dress of a Nazi's mother, and
she's just gonna like drop it.
Precisely why it stayed, but at least it got one last good wear.
I guess I should have cut it up anyway. But
I
mean, I figured if I brought it back, then you could settle down with one of your girlfriends or something like that. Because then you wouldn't have to worry about like having to it have some sort of hold over you. I mean, you know how it is with dresses and all that.
Yeah.
I sold all of mine, They're gone now. And Sylvie's gonna just kind of turn back around again and kind of like, very importantly, regard the wall.
Okay. First off, we can still tear the dress up. It's fine. Second off, I have a dress if there were ever to be such an occasion. I am sorry to hear about your dresses. But this beautiful singer once told me that, well, your hair and your dresses and the whole thing is like, important. But the blonde really suits you. And you're going to need a whole slew of new dresses because your hair color is different.
She's going to turn around and kind of smile a little bit, but there are the tears just like streaming down.
So I know this is not your standard way of doing things, but we did bring in quite a few yards of parachute silk from London. You could have some new dresses made.
I'm not a good seamstress.
That's okay. I know a seamstress.
I don't know who I am without my dresses.
Oh, please. Those dresses do not wear Sylvie. Sylvie wears those dresses.
She's gonna kind of just like slowly nod and she's gonna just kind of like slowly walk forward and just like tip it, like the kind of thing where she's just gonna like exhaustedly just like tip onto Regina and just like slump over onto her.
Yeah, Regina kind of put a hand on her shoulder and she's like, I know that it seems like they've taken everything. But the fact of the matter is they felt they had to do that because you proved to them that they can't take the important things.
I thought this was somewhere I could go that would be free from all of that, I thought Europe, I thought Paris. I thought it was a new place. I thought people were enlightened here. That's what they always said back home.
You can't let them crush your spirits, Sylvie. It is time, if now more than ever, to bring that fiery, fierce sass to this. If they took something from you, let's take something from them.
And she's going to kind of back up a little bit. But Regina, I can't even kill Tristan anymore.
Regina lets out a laugh. Hey, look, it's not a be-all, end-all with Tristan Hossel. When this is all done, I want to sip wine with you and clink glass and be able to say that we were part of an assassination attempt against the Fuhrer. Now that sounds a lot better than putting a bullet in Tristan Hossel.
I guess so.
Plus, you got a baby coming.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could raise my kid up to fight real well, and then find Tristan and then kill him for me, and I'd be really moved by that. It'd be a great Mother's Day gift, you know.
Then we've got things to look forward to.
I'd feel really good about that. And she'll put her arm around like Regina's waist and stuff like that, and I guess kind of like in a signal that she's ready to kind of go back.
Yeah, and Regina's like, come on, trust me. If there's one thing I've learned, it's kind of therapeutic sleeping in a barrel. It's rather quiet.
I guess so, but you have to promise that you're gonna teach my kid how to shoot everybody in the face.
I promise that I will teach your child to be a dead shot.
Okay.
If I can teach Luke, I can teach anyone.
All right.
And I want you to know something. When this is all done, we're going to have a wedding.
Are you getting married to Hannah?
In fact, no. Asked Doris to hold on to my mother's wedding ring until it was all done.
Like, almost as if I, like, her girl, as soon as she says that, her tears just like, and she's like, you proposed to her?
And I'll just note that inside the room is Hannah and Luke and all the gang. Just noting it over there. Mm-hmm.
You proposed to her?
I asked her to keep it warm.
On her finger.
That is where it belongs. So it's just...
Suddenly, like, Sylvie is so excited. It's like all of a sudden...
Wait,
like,
we can all hear this okay, right? No? Not at all.
Oh, no, we went down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Went
yeah,
down.
they went
Okay.
down. Oh, yeah.
So, like, keep it...
Just making
And I go,
sure.
So,
Sylvie is suddenly, like, some of that bubbling, she gives Regina a big hug. She's like, oh, I'm so excited. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe oh, I have to be involved in the wedding. I have to help you pick out flowers. Oh, I never
well,
get to
so this is... I was hoping maybe you could and everyone would keep it maybe a little on the down low since,
yes, no.
you know, dangerous times and for now,
Does Tango know?
yes, Tango was on a lot of morphine when he found out.
Oh no, that means I'll have to get him on morphine before I tell him again. Oh.
So just know how about this? He is aware. That being said, I just want to keep Doris safe. And since, you know, I didn't really plan on coming out the other end of this whole shebang, I thought it would be important to let you know and to ask you if maybe you wanted to be my bridesmaid or something, at least stand there in a proper way.
Saying the maid of honor? Did you just say the maid of honor, or just?
I was wondering if you would like to be but you have to keep it a secret.
I would imagine at this point, everyone in the main room, all they hear is just coming from in the down. What kind of a yell is it? Who knows? But they just hear a shriek come from down.
Luke, of course, moves.
Comes running.
Yeah.
Sylvie is beaming.
Okay.
This is the best news I've ever gotten in my life.
Luke's
And
looking.
The little one.
Luke, go away! Go away! Go away! Go away!
It's so
Go away!
He comes back. He's like, they're all alive. I don't know what they're talking about.
So Regina like quickly is like, so what I'm trying
Look,
to say
I have heard of squee. It means you don't go down.
But it might have been dangerous.
Oh, no.
No, it's more dangerous if you stay down there. They must squee together. Luke, go back to your barrel.
He goes back to his barrel.
So, Sylvie, what I'm trying to say is, you have a little one, they could throw flowers or something, but none of that matters if you give up now.
Regina, I will kill every Nazi in honor of your upcoming nuptials, and as soon as my child is born, I will teach them to throw just handfuls of bullets as you come walking down the aisle. It will be the most beautiful thing. As you both come walking down the aisle together, they will throw bullets left, they will throw bullets right. Oh, it'll be the most beautiful thing that has ever happened.
Okay, well, it's
so
gonna
excited.
be a few years, so you have some time to plan, I imagine, while we win this war, yeah? Okay.
And I imagine as you walk back into the bunker, you've got. I suppose I'll ask everybody a little bit of a question. We'll start with Luke. Luke is sitting in his barrel, and he's sort of looking at the forged documents. And he's got a piece of paper on the other hand that he's trying to practice what Tango had taught him about sort of forgery, because he was watching, and now he's sort of practicing in the barrel.
Well, I'd like to imagine, because there's so many people who
yeah.
need identifications, and these identifications need to be perfect.
Yeah.
So it's not like Tango can do it all.
Yeah.
So he's given some items and task over to Luke, who's probably being that extra go-getter who's staying up a little later to do the little extra.
Like doing all the little laminations.
Oh, I'm so proud of him doing his homework.
Doing this thing. And what is Tango doing at this moment as these two are walking back in? As the sun is coming up, but you can't see it because you're in a bunker.
So are these barrels one-person barrels? So I imagine
they're quite large. They're like big beer barrels, like the big ones. So you could have two people in there.
So basically, I've already made our little Tango and Sylvie lair, like the area there. And he's just getting ready for bed skis, right? For sleepy bye time. And once Sylvie comes over, he's going to look at her, and he's going to look at her dead in the eyes. And he's going to be like, I heard a squeak.
She looks like this.
Yeah. Like, I heard a squeak. What is the squeak?
I can't tell you until I give you morphine. But she's going to hop over and just kind of hop onto his lap and put her arms around him.
Hold on.
But it's exciting.
We are having a child. We can't do the morphine thing again. Okay. Like it's no more a thing.
For you. Oh. I already know. You get the morphine. And she's going to boop him on the nose.
I don't know what any of this means. And he's going to look at her, and usually I think their back and forth is just very, non-committal in a whole lot of ways, and just very funny and what have you. But he's going to look at her. He's just going to take her hands in his hands, and he's going to look, and he's going to. He was like, I got to tell you, I don't care where we're at. I'm so happy to see you, and that we're here right now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I thought you might not like my new do and everything. It's pretty different. I've never been a blonde before.
I never pictured you as a blonde. But the good news is I picture you no matter what. So blonde, brunette, ginger, black hair, I don't care. I like it.
Around and we might go through the whole gamut. It's easier to dye with this color.
Well, the lifestyle we're about to lead, babe. It's gonna lend itself to a whole lot of different hairstyles.
Yeah.
So
we're real spies now, I guess.
Hey, my friend Ziggy.
Yeah, I know him.
I'm gonna talk to him tomorrow and see if maybe we can get another I've been talking to him for a minute about expanding the business. maybe there's if you can do it, some other place where you can sing.
I mean, you know my thoughts on that.
I know. It may not be jazz just yet. That's okay. But we need a front. We need another. Can't be this. And he just.
Oh no, Regina would have a cow if we brought people in here.
Well, also we're invading her privacy, and she's very private. We're couch surfing for a few weeks, I imagine, but I think it makes sense. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be a legitimate front like you had. This would be a criminal front like what I would have.
Well, I mean, what it's worth. And she's gonna lean in, and she's gonna go back to her normal silly voice. Well, I guess her traditional silly voice.
Mm-hmm.
You know that whenever I first came to Paris, I was on the run from the law.
And Charlie, who is making a very striking figure, because Charlie looks like a dude. Charlie has sort of basically sort of cut her hair, is wearing a men's suit because, again, there's some disguising this has to happen. And Charlie just goes, I was selling drugs out of the bar.
That's true. We were doing a few not so wholesome activities.
Look,
besides,
even after this whole thing is over, we gotta have the money and the power and whatever to sustain some kind of life. Also, I think it's really okay. This is not the time, but I'm going to say it anyways. Sylvie, I saw my mom.
What?
My mother. Saw her while I was in the hospital. The United
having a vision.
No, she was there. The U.S. brought her in to try to convince me to come back to America.
When are you flying back?
I'm not. I told my mother that, and the United States government to pound sand, because I'd rather be here in the sewers with you than apparently on the beach house. It's very nice, by the way. Did I ever tell you about getting my mother a beach house in Florida? Oh, wow.
And as you two go to your barrel.
Yeah, no, we can. Pan over.
And you've got, Charlie there sort of in a man's suit and cut, sort of whittling with a knife, perhaps. And like with Sylvie's go bag by her feet that she just hasn't given to her yet, but is there. What is Oscar doing?
Oscar would be down the sewer exit towards the river, and he would be wearing dark clothing, but he wouldn't go to the entrance of the tunnel. He would go until he could see where the sun was rising on the 5th, and he would just watch it. And as soon as he could catch an actual glimpse of the sun, he would take the piece of chalk that he brought with him, reach high on the wall of the tunnel, and make a slash marking 1 dawn.
And back over inside the bunker with all of this, sort of everybody sort of coming to rest. There's one last person, and that's Hannah. And and she finally, everybody seems to, all the madness seems to be calming down. She waited, and she comes over to Regina, and she smiles to see her back.
Regina smiles as well. I imagine she's very happy to see Hannah.
She goes, well, it was a long 2 months.
You are well?
I missed you.
So you're well?
Oui. as you can be in Paris. How was it?
The catacombs are working out?
Yes, yes. Yes. Come on, she says, as she sort of like gestures to the barrel.
Wait, I want you to see something.
Okay.
And Regina goes over to like whatever bag, like minimal bag she has, and she pulls out her uniform. The women's like SOE uniform, and she like lays it out in their barrel. And she's like,
Well, this looks like you, perhaps have been, drafted, huh?
yeah, at least it wasn't against my will.
I am so proud of you.
Thank you. I think you should go and train.
What do you mean?
To be an agent.
I have to stay here. I don't need to go and train.
I'll be honest, I was able to teach them a thing or two as well.
This, I'm not surprised. You are...
I think what I mean is I think you could as well.
I'm a doctor. They have doctors in England.
Yes. What I'm saying is, I think you would like it. It's not obviously that you have to go forever. But it sure is nice to be recognized.
Well, Regina, I recognize you.
No, you misunderstand. I mean, it's nice to be able to wear a uniform and be a soldier like we are.
I have my own uniform. It's, scrubs, doctor's uniform.
Tomorrow, I will show you something else. It will take some time, but maybe it'll change your mind.
Regina, I cannot go to England. This is, Are you asking me to leave?
No. I'm asking you to share something that I thought... Never mind.
Wait. You don't get to go be quiet so quickly.
Well, she kind of says, and she kind of folds the uniform back up.
Regina, I am a different kind of soldier. And you were gone so long, I cannot be away from here for 2 months.
Why not? It'll be here when you get back. I promise.
And there's clearly something that she's struggling with.
Okay, so either you can tell me, or you cannot tell me.
Sylvie needs a doctor.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe you could go after the child is born. Just think about it. You've got, what, 6 months?
Something like this, yes. Although knowing Sylvie... Regina... Come sit with me in a barrel, huh?
Okay.
I have, very serious responsibilities here in Paris. It's, my home. But, there are people who need me, and specifically me and not anyone else.
What do you mean?
Well, there are so many Jewish people here who cannot get a doctor at all, and so,
I've never asked you a lot about who you were before we met.
You have not? No.
I suspected that if it was of import, he would have told me. But I'm getting the feeling that's not the case.
Oh. We are all our own soldiers in our own way.
Yes, you said that. What is it that you aren't saying?
Oh, Regina. Do you know... At this moment, in Paris, it's not easy for many people. And I say it's not easy for the Jews who cannot get doctors, and that is true. But it is not easy for... Do you know what I do? What I studied in medicine?
Like I said, I didn't ask a lot about your past.
It's not my past, it is also my present. I am... I did emergency medicine at the American University of Paris, which is why I can do this with the gunshots, stabbings as well. But I'm trained in OBGYN. I deliver babies. Do you know that it is a capital crime to... And she just leans in very close to Regina.
Regina says, I know it is. I am a woman, remember?
But it was not a capital crime until very recently. So, there are people out there who are not doctors who will provide abortions, but they're not doctors, and women die all the time because there's no one to give them medical care for the one thing that... And they cannot ask because any doctor who is caught doing this will be murdered by the government. Because it is now a very serious crime. And there's no one who will do this. Except me. And people that you do not want doing this.
I can only imagine.
So,
things are about to get really bad.
things are already bad.
Yes, but you know what I mean.
I do.
What do we do if they start rounding up Jews?
They will not round up
have.
French Jews.
You have always had a way of putting things where they make me feel better. But I don't think that that's true.
Sylvie has to have her doctor with her?
Not saying now. But if... You have to promise me you'll leave if they start rounding up French Jews.
Regina, do you know how many brothels there are in this city? There are 150, and they're all... There are many women who need what I can do.
There are many women that need what you can do. But it's not going to make a difference if they round you up and gas you to death.
First off, that's not what they're doing. They're just...
Trust me. That's what they're trying to do. You don't have to believe me now. But I hope you will. I would know, considering the fact my father is part of the creation of that gas.
I'm so sorry.
I appreciate that. But his mistakes are not my mistakes.
No.
That being said, please think about it. If things get really bad, even if just for a little while, until they stop looking for you.
Look, I have been living under a death sentence for well over a year. Doing what I do has already put me at a great risk. And I do that because I will save people's lives. I'll think about it, but you have to think about this too.
It is true. But if you want to continue doing them any service at all, you can't die.
I know. May I tell you what happened while you were gone?
I guess yours is the only debrief I haven't received.
There was a woman, Jewish. She wanted to escape, but she could not in the situation she was in. She was ill. She would have died, and what she needed to be done was something that I could do. And I did what needed to be done so that she would not die, and so she could escape the city. "14 women died while you were gone in back alleys. I know how to be careful. I'll think on what you said.
As someone who is very, very personal with guilt, you cannot bear the burden of their deaths.
Well, I will join you in the barrel in a bit. You must sleep. I will...
Where are you going?
I'm going to just check all of my equipment in the mines. Maybe watch the sunrise.
Well, I haven't slept to this point. And I haven't seen a French sunrise in 2 months.
Well, come with. I've missed you.
I missed you as well. We have much to share, I'm sure.
Come on. And as she walks by, she just sort of like, they walk past Sylvie, and she just sort of like runs her hand along Sylvie's back, like in a comforting gesture. As
when she does that, Sylvie's gonna reach over and like put her, just make contact.
Yeah. And she just squeezes, and she leans over. She goes, "Only one glass of wine? Don't be too excited."
And then Sylvie just kind of waves her hand around like, yeah, okay, I'll do that.
And I imagine they go to sit and probably see Oscar there watching the sunrise.
Are we disturbing you?
The sunrise is free.
It is true, but your time is not.
I can leave you to it.
Regina puts a hand on his shoulder before he can even stand up. No. I mean, may we join you?
Yeah.
And Regina will just kind of sit right next to Oscar.
And Hannah sits next to Regina, and she puts her head on Regina's shoulder. And that is where we're going to end the episode. With Sylvie and Tango in their barrel, and Luke working on these forgeries as per instructions, and Oscar, Regina, and Hannah watching the sunrise. Charlie sitting in the middle of the bunker watching everyone. And that's where we're going to end the episode. I want to thank everybody for that. So I should tell you what the community challenge is for. The community challenge, Habitat for Humanity and Resistance, is to help them with a new location. It is to give them aspects on their new location. I'm sure they will find one, but what you're working forward is to give them aspects that will make their location better. 50K an aspect. We get to 150, they will be able to choose 3 aspects that will help their new location be good. And so I would like to thank all of you in chat for being here with us. All of you. And, I'm looking for some, title suggestions. I noticed they can't take the important things coming in. And I also noticed Paris Sunrise.
Sunrise over Paris. It's good to be home. As a suggestion.
Or Parasite. Sorry,
repercussions and reproduction.
Oh, I like that.
I'm pretty sure that was a song in Greece too, but
always creep me out song, but not as much as
that song.
Do It For Our Country.
I don't think that song aged well either. No, if we really think about it.
But actually, Let's Do It For Our Country.
Greece age well.
No. And by the way, me and Fox watched Warriors not too long ago.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And that is a movie that aged terribly.
Yeah, it definitely has some moments.
But the parts that aged really well. And also, I want to point out that this was your first time seeing it. I just want to point that out.
You should know that I have considered running a Warriors campaign using fate.
Yeah, just if you don't mind using less rape, because there was so much rape talk.
And,
lots of rape.
And
so
also
much rape.
Some dropping of language that is no longer considered okay.
Correct.
But I feel like Xanadu still ages well. That's all.
What I loved about the Warriors is just all the different gangs. Anyways,
that's why also the different gangs, the cinematography is on point, and also it is worth watching for the line, "Can you count, suckers?"
Can you count, suckers? Anyways, we're not here to talk about the Warriors.
No.
I'm sorry.
I want to give thanks to those who have donated to our crew, our hardworking crew, who I give them opportunities to grow. Growth opportunities. That's what I do. And I would like to thank Rissa for 500 bits saying, I can't believe we're already 3 episodes into the season. So many feels tonight.
So many.
And every episode has a feel, by the way, at this point. I just feel like I've almost cried every time.
This is what happens when we get to season 3. And I know you all well enough to give you presents. Maybe you don't want the presents, but I'm going to give them to you anyway.
If by presents you mean taking away our homes? Oh, that's great. I love it. Thank you.
Willen gave us 100 bits and says, oh, thanks all. So many emotions for Sylvie in this ep. Ooh, so many emotions, y'all. We got, and Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent broke me too. Man, what a character I was really not prepared for. What a true hero.
Yeah. Everybody does what they can, It's, everybody does what they can in little bits. And so I would like to go around and have you all introduce yourselves, my most marvelous cast, whom I love more than anything. And if you could say who you are, where we can find you, and your turn, my turn. Thank you so much for those 400 bits, all those cheers. Could you, I wanted to say, by the way, the website is going to go live. I just couldn't go live yet because there was a bunch of stuff that happened between last week and this week that it required a bunch of changes. So I'm hoping I can get that to you all next week, but there you go. Yeah, so I would like everybody to introduce themselves, who you are, where we can find you, give some love to somebody else in the cast, and answer the question, what do you want to know next? Like, what is your desire? What is your next? No. Tell me, what is your desire for the next short time period? You know, the next few sessions or so. And we'll start with, I think we'll start where we ended, where we would kind of go reverse order. And that's Greg. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. Tell me what you want in the next couple episodes. And my next question is, do you want to know who's going to be the next head of the Gestapo? Do you want to know? I'm not going to tell you.
I already know.
You already know. Do you? Do you know? Do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a pretty good idea.
Why would I do that to you?
Rob, right? Yeah, Greg, Grimjack21502. I'm not online, but you can find me over on the Discord for the show. A lot of fantastic, caring people in the community congregate there to talk about the shit that Trooper puts us through. Plus, I hear tell of there being a spoiler chat. So, I mean, go there and talk without us, but why would you want to do that? I thought everybody was fantastic tonight, but if I'm giving it out, I'm giving the statuette out tonight. It's going to Rockette. Fantastic fucking job. Blessed to be in several scenes with you tonight, which were amazing. And what am I without my dresses? I think I've like had that conversation with somebody at some point, and that tore my heart out a little bit. And what do I want to know? Here's what I want to know. I know what's coming because we haven't talked about anything, but I know what's coming. I want to know if we can settle this like bare knuckle, naked from the waist up, just beating the shit out of each other in a pit or something. Yeah. Elias Yeager is coming, and he's my anti-Oscar. So I want to fight.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's have fun.
Just so in case you want to know, I've updated our issues, our campaign aspects, right? Family Matters is one, which is very wholesome. Or maybe Everyone Has an Agenda has remained. Current issue, Heroes Resources Undermined. Impending issue, New Players in the Game. And they might be your friends. That'd be weird.
That's okay. This crew has a habit of killing your NPCs real nicely. So I'm hoping that when they roll in, they get a Tango 6-gun to the face.
Maybe.
A sniper shot. Or some deadly terminal sass.
Yeah.
And I'm fucking ready for it. I'm here for it. I love everybody. Back to you, Trooper.
And Greg, I would never bring your nemesis as the new head of the Gestapo. Why would I do that? I mean, I totally would do that. I'm gonna do that.
That's why I knew Tristan was dead. I was like, Tristan's out. I know it, and I know who's coming in.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Tristan was a little bit too focused not on capturing Jews and resistance members, and a little bit too focused on something that they did not have evidence for.
I'll just say this, Trooper, since you have brought him in.
I have.
He is on my dance floor now.
Oh, let's have some fun. It's true. I'm ready. Speaking of your nemesis, I forgot who it was that he was married to. Who was it that he got married to? Somebody that nobody told Regina about, if I remember correctly.
There was too much. I was going to, but there's too much.
Oh no, she'll find out.
Fine.
She'll find out. Speaking of Regina, Little Red Dot, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love to somebody in the cast. And what are you looking forward to for the next couple episodes?
Okay. tonight we already gave some love to Fox and Sylvie, which I totally agree. It's been very interesting to watch Sylvie, like what actually they could do to break her, like what the Nazis could actually do to break her. But tonight, actually, I think for Regina, it goes to Oscar. It goes to Oscar. His constant feeding of paranoia with Hassel is really interesting, and I think it continued to show why Oscar's like really important to this group and this team. And Regina's being like, okay, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Like, I trust that you are capable. Here's the stuff. You do what you think is best, because so far you've not fucked us over, and I don't think you're going to now. So here's a it's trust fall, right? So anyways, I just thought Oscar was really on point tonight with his decisions for us as a future, you know, the wanting to take Sylvie out of the country, that's exactly what Regina would have been like. She would have been like, get in a car, we're leaving the country, right? Like, I think it was just really it was really telling around Oscar tonight, and I thought it was well done. You can find me online as Little Red Dot, Twitch, Twitter, the places. I'm the Twitch producer for Kobold Press. And I spend the rest of my time producing podcasts and actual plays. So check out Pod by Night, also Stitch of Fate. That's my VTM podcast that I do with my friends. We just launched season 2 today.
Award-winning, award-nominated.
We're nominated. We haven't won anything yet.
But they haven't announced the winners.
It's true, they haven't. There's still hope. Sauce. That's it. Ding ding.
What are you looking forward? What are you looking forward to?
Oh, wait, that wasn't the question.
Yeah, no. So
what was the original question? It wasn't what I'm looking forward to. It was like what I wanted to find out.
Yeah, what do you want for the next couple episodes? What are you looking for?
Well, I know one thing we're about to go looking for. In these mines, there's got to be one hollowed place that is just ideal acoustics.
Yeah.
I want to find it. I bet I can use science to do that.
You can.
Because sound
acoustics
is science.
That is a science.
Going to go down there and be like, boop, boop, and find the best room with acoustics till we find a new place to possibly perform or like put on some secret shows.
Well, that sort of implies that Sylvie's going to need like a Phantom of the Opera mask.
That's true.
Phantom of the Catacombs, done.
Speaking of,
I've changed my persona.
Yeah, I mean, she could wear like we still gotta have some mask and some things that we could like definitely make her. Yeah. Plus, her hair is blonde now, so some people may not even recognize her.
And just listen, she normally sung jazz. She can sing.
Plus, you know, we ain't gonna have a lot of light down there. Yeah, we're gonna be in candlelight in the catacombs. So anyways,
everyone looks good by candlelight, by the way. It doesn't matter.
That's something I want to suss out, but yeah, and then so that's one thing I guess I find, but I'm really looking forward to what's up with Hannah. There's clearly something up with Hannah. She's not really talking about it. Getting her story tonight was very interesting, I thought. And clearly, like, obviously she has very important reasons why she stays in Paris.
And for a little bit of history, abortions were made legal during the French Revolution, and then after the Counter-Revolution happened, they were made illegal again. But then for a very brief moment, a bunch of really good activists got abortions made legal in Paris in like 1939. And then the Nazis came, and then the Vichy government came, and it was made a capital crime punishable by death. And so that's the moment where we're at this space where abortion rights are such that if you either get one or give one, you will be murdered. And
I just think that, you know, I think for Regina, it's less like she definitely didn't want her to take away, like, I want you to leave. That is not what she wanted her to take away. She was kind of like, this is a really joyous thing that has given me not only just purpose, but like more to bring to the table so that I can keep helping people. You know what I mean? And I think that's what she wanted. But okay, here's Regina. Words, platter.
Well, you know, that's all about the fact that people had asked her to leave before, and that's her, like, her paranoia.
Yeah.
That's her
Regina's
insecurity.
just not good, and you know, she still has to tell her about what's going on in other aspects of her life. So
interesting. So, yeah. So, Rockette, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love to someone, and then tell us what you're looking forward to finding out about. What are you looking forward to the next couple of weeks in our game?
Yes. Hello, I am Rockette Fox. You can find me all over the damn place. I am on Twitch doing stuff. You can see my schedule up here and there. And then
For example, like what?
for example, oh my goodness. For example, on Mondays we are doing Cyberpunk Sonata, which is a cyberpunk red game that the Mr. Cyber is also accompanying me on as well, and it has been a lot of fun. Very different vibe than this, but it's been
That's
a lot
weird.
of fun. I know, hard to even believe. But then also this week I was on Weave the Tales channel on Thursday afternoon for a premiere of Mora Ravenwood Academy, which has been described as kind of a Breakfast Club meets Harry Potter world, but at the collegiate level. So it's not getting into weird stuff of underage people. But yeah, and then also I as of late I'm getting into the next, I guess, phase of my podcast, Fantastically Strange, and that's been a lot of fun. It's been very strange. But yeah, as far as favorite moments, I am
Who are you gonna give your love to?
I'm gonna be a little cheaty, and I'm gonna name a couple things.
Uh-oh. All right, I'm ready.
Oh yeah, here it comes. Here it comes. I want to say that like the whole scene on the plane, I really appreciated with Regina and Tango. Oh man, and also like the way Luke responded to that too, just everything going on there, from the go punch him real hard, and Luke being like, oh, this is weird, but sure. But just the whole dynamic that ended up happening between the two of them, and how that ended up playing out in the current timeline scene as well, I think was really interesting. And I liked the play back and forth, and just, I don't know, that was, I really liked the building of their relationship through that, and how much different and closer it was than where we've seen it in the past. Regina saying that she loves him, and Tango jumping all over that like a real excited, just, I don't even know, insert something that jumps all over something else. But her character coming back real quick and being just like, I will smash you in the face if you make a deal out of this, so I thought all of that was really amazing. I also loved that the instances of Regina really taking the reins and the leadership position just at various different points, from the speech to also whenever she came and followed Sylvie down into the, I can't even call it the mine.
The mines.
If there's no bones, it's not a catacomb.
It's old abandoned mines.
Into the mines, but knowing kind of exactly the way to cheer Sylvie up and also kind of bring her back from this space that she was in, which she's still dealing with, but getting her into a place that is excited and focused more on a hopeful thing as opposed to the loss of something that's pretty significant for her. I loved the whole stuff with Hannah. I thought that was great, and Oscar is always great all the time, and it was an absolute oh my goodness, I can't see this. But also having the opportunity to just be opposite Oscar in those scenes too was just, it was real good, and it felt very nice and very safe, so I really appreciate that. So yeah, that is, and what I'm excited to find out, how we're gonna make some sort of I won't say back alley, underground music, black market place of the arts happen, and I'm real curious about that. I'm real curious about what happens and who is going to draw the short straw for telling Regina that her ex might be on their way.
It's not going to be Tango.
There are short straws involved now.
It's not going to be Tango because Tango doesn't know. So it's going to be one of you two.
It can't be him. But I think that, and also just there's just, I think those are my main ones. There's so much, but I think those are my main ones.
Speaking of puppies, Stiver.
Hello, everyone. James Stiver here, reporting you live from the stream that Trooper runs. I, as Fox has already said, you can find me Mondays right now doing Cyberpunk Sonata, which is a game that we run. It is essentially a cyberpunk gang soap opera, and I'm so proud of my players for treating it as such. It's like a Saturday morning cartoon, like, I don't know, meets a soap opera where people actually get involved and ship off all kinds of crazy relationships you should not have in any game.
Is it a daytime soap or a nighttime soap?
Oh, it's a daytime
Okay,
soap.
I was just
It
curious.
is like, it's your baby. Also, you had amnesia, so you don't know it was your baby. But maybe it was this other cyber baby. It could have been a robot. You know, like that's
Surprise, it's
going
you.
on. Yeah, life is weird. So yeah, tune in to Cyberpunk Sonata. That's happening every Monday over at Fox's channel. That's at 7 Eastern Standard Time. I don't care about other standard times because my standard time is the best one.
Well, it's standard.
Because it's standard. Anyways, there were so many good moments tonight, everyone. And the last, like the first episode, or the first season session that we did, God, it was so powerful. And then the second one, what I got to watch, I know it was powerful, but damn, some shit happened, right? And then you come into this one and it's a culmination of all that.
Yeah.
And how do you even relay that information? We still haven't given out all the information needs to be given out. Oh yeah. And man, I just gotta say, Oscar talking down Sylvie or trying to get Sylvie to go to Spain, like that was a powerful moment, I think, for me. Because it's what do you want, right? Like if you're thinking about it from a perspective, I was trying to think about it from perspective of Tango, and it's Paris is a war zone.
Mhm.
Would you want your pregnant wife to be in a war zone? And Oscar's over here like, look, yo, I'm your bro. Let me take you out of this.
Yeah.
And I bet it's better. And I'm sure it's better. So it was a great, powerful scene.
And then,
Yeah.
then Sylvie's retort was like, "No, like you just can't, like you can't just keep running forever. Like that's not."
Yeah, you can't keep running forever. But by the way, she's going to move to Florida. So, I mean, it doesn't matter what she...
Yeah,
how
we'll
she
see
feels
how that
about-
goes.
We'll see how that goes because she doesn't know that yet.
There'll be
I mean,
discussions.
it could be worse living in a beach house in Florida. Okay, is all I'm saying. Yeah, and I think, but I want to just... Everyone had a powerful moment tonight, and that's why this game is so great. I think everybody does a masterful job of just role playing their characters and being real with what their characters would do, and it's just amazing and beautiful. Every character brought something. I mean, the real moment. By the way, I just want to do one more thing here before I give it back, and we all hang up our headphones for the night. I just gotta say, Trooper, you playing Falstaff and really turning it around on Tango, and I mean like in a super real way, where it's like you claim like you're changed, because we've all been there. Where we're like, oh yeah, I'm changed because I don't know, I haven't smoked a cigarette in 5 days, so obviously I no longer smoke cigarettes. And he's like, no, you don't understand. You did some shit, and you're gonna pay for it, and you're gonna continue to pay for it until you don't. And I think that was also super, just one of the highlights. I mean, not highlight, because I felt it. Like I really felt like I was confident with Tango in that scene. And I was like, as Tango going, oh, like, never mind. Ooh.
But he did it.
I was
privately.
inviting you.
He did it privately.
He did it privately. And Tango still, by the way, in the one thing he's looking forward to is planning Sylvie's baby showers. I don't think husbands do. Like they don't really do that. Like that's like That's like a girlfriend or something, right?
Falstaff is like,
that's-
security. Where's the security? You know what? Tango is Regina's problem. I have got to go and like murder a bunch of people now. So I've got to go and do that.
right. But I'm like, by the way, you haven't RSVP'd to our. I understand you got a lot going on. There's bullets flying around.
Yeah.
There's a flamethrower right over there, but you have not RSVP'd. And we have a really fun game of Guess the Chocolate, which is also kind of like,
Which one is cyanide? Which
Which one
ones
is
have you
cyanide?
poisoned?
We have a lot of fun, quirky games that we're going to play. Oscar might wrestle a dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Perhaps
The
half
find the
naked.
cyanide game.
Yeah.
There's only one winner.
I'm telling you, I really want one episode dedicated to her baby shower, that we have just some really weird resistance themed baby shower games, I think it'd be hilarious.
Yes. Ziggy would be all about it. But what do you
And
want?
Ziggy's coming.
Oscar wrestles himself.
By the way, Ziggy would be there.
Of course he
Dave.
would.
Like, just like,
So what are you looking forward to? What do you want to know? What are you looking forward to?
No, that.
Oh,
I'm looking forward.
The baby shower. I'm writing it down.
Tango is going to be making this baby shower happen.
Yep.
Whether there's a war going on or not, but every woman who is having a baby should have a baby shower in Tango's mind, whether it's planned by anyone else.
And I am Trooper SJP, and I'm your GM, torturer, feels string plucker, and you can find me. The big thing, you can find me tomorrow at noon. I'll be playing The Outer Worlds, but at 6 p.m. tomorrow over at Weave the Tale, it will be the season premiere of a new show, an 8-episode show that I'm running over there. Fate of Cthulhu, The Return of Carcosa. There'll be some time travel. It's Fate of Cthulhu is its fate system, but it's like Terminator meets Cthulhu. The whole idea is that normally in Cthulhu.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Can you say that last thing you just said again?
Terminator meets Cthulhu.
Yeah, you go back
Okay,
in
done.
time.
Yeah. Right.
No, I fucking love Terminator, and
It's like you know how in the future the robots win, so you got to go
And
back
I'm
to
telling you-
Sarah Connor.
I'm
Dot
pretty
ran
sure
one for us. It was fucking amazing.
this may be TMI, but IG is really their ad algorithms really think I have a kink for Cthulhu, and they're right. So it's a weird thing. I don't want to take any screenshots of the ads. It's just saying that. Yeah, I love Cthulhu.
Hey,
and
if
I
you
love
like
Terminator,
tentacles,
so-
no judgment. Like you can have all the tentacles that you want in your life.
I don't like tentacles.
Sure, that's cool.
That's what the internet is for.
Just saying.
And then on Sunday you can find me over at Into the Southlands, over at Kobold Press, where I'm hanging out with the Dot. That in Fate of Cthulhu is by Evil Hat Games. They're the ones who do Fate, and you should check it out. It's really good. And I feel like you should then see me on Sunday after Into the Southlands at 8 p.m. over at Praxagar, the Smophoria's channel, where I'll be in the Romance of the Blue Rose, and I'll be playing not a human being or a dwarf or an elf or anything like that, but a bird. Not like a Aarakocra or anything. No, like an actual bird. I'm gonna be a bird. So just if you want to see me as a bird, see me there. I feel like we're gonna go with They Can't Take the Important Things as our title, and help us all out with some exciting donations for the extra credit points to help them get a more secure location when they get their new location. If you want, you can support us on Patreon to help pay this amazing cast. You can follow this channel. You can follow all of them. You can support all of them. You can tell all of your friends about the show. And you can remember that some of the biggest things you can do are really small. And you can just help somebody when they need it. And that is what I will tell you. And with that, everyone, take care of yourselves. And, be the best. Be the best, everybody.